So now, today, we start the second day of the level 18. A number of you who sent email to me or fax to me that you ask about the big antenna as you request. Now I answer for you in general. Each center, if you think it is needed, then you can request and I will approve. But if it is for personal, that supposedly in each country you have one antenna, but if you have a big house or you have the condition that you can place the antenna just to protect your own home or the region where you live, that is also a good thing. If you request, then I will consider, depending on each case, I will make a decision. However, for each country, if it is needed, then I would approve for you if you let me know ahead of time, so I can forward your request to the manufacturer. So you will contact the manufacturer in order to process the order. Because yesterday as well as today, there are emails that you send. If you decided, then me or TRONG will let you know the email of the manufacturer, because perhaps you know Miss Kim, the manufacturer who make the small antenna for you. So she's also making this big antenna. If you have her email, you can contact her directly and I will give you the approval. If you don't have her email, perhaps over here we will provide you her email, Miss Kim, so that you can contact her directly. So you can place order of the big antenna, because the big antenna, it might take a long time to build. It doesn't take a few days. And if there's a large order, that will require a longer time to build. So if you place order first, then you will receive it first. If you will order later, and you receive it later. Perhaps from the moment when you place order, it might take 3 weeks or a month, then she would send to you. By the time sending to you, it will send by air. The shipment is sent by air. So that is how I announce for you. That is my decision. And also the big pyramid in Holland, you can place before the break. I will transfer energy and I merge with you. So I transfer energy also to this 49 centimeter big pyramid, so that you can bring back. So you have a chance, you can place it in the region where you are. So that is how I solve for you about the issue of the pyramids and the antenna. Now today is the second day. As I want to teach you further about the topics of the level 18, something that is needed, something that you need to learn from the experience to help you so you are able to practice successfully. Just like after the end of the level 18, when you go back to your home, starting from the 1st of July, you will have the opportunity, after you practice, your soul and your body perhaps will be able to merge to one person. Each day you can only merge to one person. You need to remember this. And I also want to advise for you, each day you can treat only one time. You merge each day one person. But for your practice, then each day you can practice as many times as you wish. And each time when you practice, you can transfer energy to the organs of these people. Whether they are healthy or they are sick, you can use the organs for your practice. That is a general reminder for all of you about the level 18, so you can go home and you can apply to help yourself and you can help others more effectively. Now, yesterday, now we start with the Belarus to start with the question. Now, Belarus, you can ask 3 questions.
Алло, говорит? Уважаемый мастер, расскажите, пожалуйста, подробнее о Вселенной невидимого духовного мира. Как она обустроена, кто в ней живет, как там протекает жизнь и как она влияет на нас, на земных людей. Второй вопрос. Уважаемый мастер, расскажите, пожалуйста, на нашем уровне про фреску богини Нут. Вы говорили, что богиня Нут вернулась на землю. Кто сейчас этот человек? И как он живет, и что он из себя представляет? И третий вопрос. по какому принципу высшие существа отбирают души, а души отбирают тела для той или иной миссии? И какова миссия моей души? Спасибо.
Как выбирают, но не отбирают, да? Пожалуйста.
Уважаемый мастер, вот немножко шуточный вопрос, такое пожелание, может, оно очень дерзкое. Скажите, пожалуйста, могу ли я обратиться к высшим существам, которые будут направлять в мое тело определенную душу, для того, чтобы в мое тело пришла душа, которая в прошлых реинкарнациях проживала в англоязычной стране, чтобы я с легкостью изучила английский язык, как, например, наш уважаемый Фархад.
Dear Master, I have a number of questions. Could you please tell us more about the universe of invisible spiritual worlds? Could you please tell us more about invisible spiritual world? How is it structured? Who lives there? And how does that invisible spiritual world influences us? My second question, you mentioned about frescoes of Goddess Nut. And then at some moment you also mentioned that Goddess Nut came to Earth. Could you please tell us who is Goddess Nut? Who did the soul of Goddess Nut incarnate into? How does she live? What does she do on Earth? And the third question of mine, as I understand the principle, higher beings are selecting our souls, and then our souls are selecting our bodies to come to incarnate into them and to be able to conduct, to implement the missions we have. Could you please tell me, could you please help me to find out who is my soul and what is the soul, and what is its mission? And the last is maybe a bit humorous, she says, but is there a way, dear Master, how can I ask higher beings to be able to choose maybe the soul that would come into my body after this level in the future? I would like, if possible, I would like to choose a soul who had a chance to live in the English-speaking part of the world, so that when it comes into my body, it would help me to learn English easier. Thank you very much.
Now let me explain for you. All of our souls, the soul of the nerve of the cells, always they are created by universal energy. For that reason, in our body, it linked to universal energy, to the combined frequencies. All of the combined dimensions are in space. If we know how to use them, then we can. As you are the great soul, you can control the soul of the cells that are close to you for your whole life. You can convince them, they listen to you. If they listen to you, they can help you. If they do not listen to you, then they are unable to do anything to help you. It doesn't mean that you are destroying them, but our body, as we are killing a lot of these cells, the soul of this cell, that we are not aware of it, including Master Dan, I was not aware of it. The soul of the cells that are constantly changing in the body of Master Dan, for almost 60 years that I would recognize it. And once Master Dan know it, and Master Dan can help this soul, and this soul can help the body of Master Dan, so you are no exception. Starting from the first level, 13, as I taught, at that moment, I realized that very close to me, there are so many billions and billions of souls that are living together with the soul of Master Dan, and I was not aware of it because I did not learn that. It doesn't mean that I know everything. Once I recognize it, I apply. successfully. As I applied successfully, then I started to teach you in that level 13 several years ago. Therefore, the souls unknown, they do not have any ranks, but they have full knowledge on earth. On earth, that is only a small light, a very small planet comparing to the infinite universe, and your soul, my soul, all of our souls, we were out in the infinite space. This soul come to us to train us, to guide our body as a very small body, that we do not have full knowledge. How can we help and contribute in this world? That is the reason that each time when you go to another level, then you go through a change of the soul in order to help your body to see if you are able to understand and know it. Sadness, emotion, happiness, all of that are the lessons for progressing. For those who provoke us to be anger, you should not be angry, and you should thank them. Why? That is because your soul, in a high level, using the body of that person A or B to provoke you, to cause you to feel angry or to criticize you, so that you can learn the lesson to progress. We may feel angry, you may feel hot temper, but only in 5-10 minutes, and you can erase it, and you thank the deities. You thank your own soul. You merge to someone, that person A or person B, that caused you to feel angry and provoke you. That is a precious lesson. Only in that way you are able to excel. I'm just like all of you. I feel sad, I feel angry, I also feel hatred, but only in 5 minutes, and I clear it. After you recognize it, that the deities and our souls had used the body of person A or B to provoke you. That is a way to provoke you, to help you to learn. If you feel emotion, you feel sadness or anger, 5 minutes later you can clear, and then you realize it, and you thank the deities, and you thank those who provoke you. Then you will have that wisdom, even if you don't want to. But now, you always keep your anger or your discouraged sadness or hatred, then all of that, you don't keep it like me. I keep for 30 years. That's why I torture the soul, the cell in my body for 30 years. No matter how they live, I torture them, and they are wounded, and as they are wounded, my body also gets hurt. That is in my life. As I want to use my life as the means to teach you, so you have the experience, you are able to learn and progress. In the case of hatred, angers, emotions, even if you don't have anger or emotion, you don't have it like me. No student have it like me. Even if you're angry, you may keep it for 5 or 10 years, but I keep it for 30 years. And when I'm angry, these are my family members, not the strangers. I kept it for 30 years. That is one of a subject I always, in a higher level, I use my own example as I have learned through for you, and I teach you as a lesson so you can progress faster. As you already realize it, then anger, hatred, emotions, all of that, whether they are your strangers or family members, you only in 5-10 minutes you are able to clear. Slowly, everything that may happen, the greater event that happened, you may feel more angry, but you are able to clear faster. To clear faster, it's not that these people are fortunate, meaning that you are the most fortunate. Because in your mind, your desire, your soul and your body, you are able to help so many souls, the cell inside of you. You are helping them. Do not torture them anymore. Once you feel angry or you feel sad, that is a way you are torturing these souls, the soul of the cells. And when they when they are discouraged, when they have worries, when they are tortured and suffering, then all of that, they are affected less because they would be departed. But you yourself, you get sick. In theory, as I teach you, it may be clear or simple, but to put in practice is so difficult. Because of the difficulty that I have gone through, I want to elaborate for you so you are able to learn, so you can help yourself and you can help the soul inside of you that are living close to you. So for that reason, do not think that your soul is the high being. No, all the high beings are down here. Christ, Buddha, Mohammed, they are on earth already, remember. But as they have returned back to the deities, and their followers, they could not have a harmony. The disciples, they do not have the harmony. Each, they do it their own way. Buddha showed them one way. Jesus Christ and Muhammad show the same one way. But the followers, they don't listen. You can see. So now they feel sad, they don't come back here. They stay up there. You pray, and depending on each case, they can help. They don't come down here. But that's all of your soul here, my soul, we have never been on earth. Listen carefully. But we have full knowledge on earth. This small planet, it is so small. Our souls are from the infinite universe. So this small planet earth here is so small, so we know everything on this planet. That is the reason, this is the infinite assets that God had given the mission to us. As you know it, we are fortunate. If you recognize that you are fortunate, then the last thing that we can do is to serve humanity. And humanity here is your own people, your own family. They are no strangers. Then, in that sense, the controlling part is so easy. I just received one of the news from Holland that THDOC had sent that 4 p.m. yesterday, the meeting in Europe had finished, and I know that a number of countries are happy because the end of the meeting before one day. As you remember yesterday, at 10:45 a.m. in European time, you and me will all merge as you transfer NG. I merged to those leaders in that meeting, and 5 hours later they have decided and they announced they have the result, meaning that they will have the second meeting. It doesn't mean that they agree with the constitution for Europe. So for sure they will have more changes. Yesterday I do not want to say ahead, it's just like a prophecy, but I knew that when I transfer energy and when I merge, I know that they would not agree. I know they would have a meeting at least 2 more times, not just at least 2 more times meetings, because it had to be appropriate, not just for the European community, but has to be appropriate to all of the neighboring countries close to Europe, and also it might link to Asia, Australia, Africa, and America, not just only in Europe alone. That constitution is so important for the whole world. Therefore, they need to change to adapt. So as I know, a number of you, when you have the see the result, and you have many good news, and some people send to me by SMS and also through the TV, through internet. Some of these technicians who just revealed to me. That is how I share with you. For that reason, you need to remember that our body in a 3-dimensional world, our brain, we are using in a limited sense. Eventually, our soul, as we are able to use many dimensions out in space in order to support, to help the body to complete the mission that God had given, with the condition that giving you the freedom of choice. Do you want it? If you want it, then you do it to help your family so they can benefit. If not, then there's nothing. You are not forced to do it. That is a purpose. I want you to train, to practice, to travel out to space. As you travel out to space, you will be able to merge to one person or a group of people so that you can change through the energy, through our soul, the infinite ability, so that we can merge to the limited soul of the humans on earth. In that way, you are able to change to a new people. In a normal way, if each day you just merge to 1%, then you don't. If you may take a million lifetime to be able to merge to help 6 billion, if each of you just merge to 1% a day. That is how I share with you that this soul can help us, so we can change to be a better person in the human world. And this soul has no name. Remember, it's not the deities that had been worshipped by many countries in the world. All of them, they are here already. They had done so already, they failed already. So now we cannot use these names anymore. If we use this name, then people would be misunderstood. Sometimes you may not even recognize it. Let's say Buddha, someone you say that you are Buddha, who would believe you? But in the human world, it is so strange. More or less, you know that Buddha came from India. But in Southeast Asia, all of Asia, they don't have the Buddha as shown with a black skin, except only in Thailand, in Japan, in Vietnam, and other countries. They have the image of Buddha according to their own people with the yellow skin, you can see. But as I thought, Buddha did not have the long ear like that. Only in that way the Buddha feels sad. His ear just like us, but they drawn his ear so long, just like a very long ear. And always a yellow skin. I don't see them with a darker skin. I tell you the truth. So that is how they think that people resemble the Buddha, and wishing the Buddha to come in your country. If you go to Japan, I also see it is so funny that we don't see any statue of the Japanese statues, not even higher than 1 meter, because the Japanese, they're all short. So all the statues, they don't have a higher statue of Buddha, symbolize the Japanese Buddha from Japan, not from India. But Buddha left the throne and he was so skinny. And we don't see any statue of Buddha that is skinny. We always see the fat Buddha. That is the human, how we imagine. Buddha does not this type of image. That is how I share with you. Even if Buddha reincarnate right here and say that I am the Buddha, nobody would believe him. Even though he said he tell exactly how his life, nobody would believe. If they believe him, they will lose everything. So now Buddha is so afraid, so now forget. Now he just come as a nobody. This time he come as a nobody. But he has the ability to help mankind. He doesn't need any names. When you praise him as a Buddha, he's back to nirvana. He has all of the power. And then after his death, and he left behind the means, but nobody listened. So now he said he doesn't dare to do it anymore. That is how I want to share with you. Through the first part of the question, the soul has the ability with full knowledge of everything on earth in order to contribute, to help us with the ability. Then we can contribute to help in every aspect of life on earth. That is on the first part. Now, the goddess Nut, she is also afraid. In the past, she thought that she can invite a master to develop on a spiritual path to help Egypt in particular, or for the whole world. That was the second time after Atlantis. But then her vow, as she wished, she was not able to achieve, because this master did not agree. This master want to turn to the material, not the spiritual. But nobody know about this fact. That is a lesson I learned from the deities. So whether if Goddess Nut is right in front of you, she would not dare to say that she's Goddess Nut. She would say that she's a nobody. Just like the religious leaders who are close to you, they would not dare to reveal their names, because nobody believes. For that reason, also we are a nobody, no names. But we have the ability to help the humankind, to help your body, so that we can complete our mission that God had given to us to help the new earth, new people, so that we can have paradise on earth, the Long Hoa meeting on earth. That is how I explain for you. So now you don't even need to, I do not know, because there's no name. So you don't need to know your own soul. Now, do you have the ability or not? If you have, then this is an ability from a higher soul to help your body, to help you, and you just do it. Then your soul can reach a higher state of enlightenment to guide you. Then you can help others to have the same state of wisdom and enlightenment. That is the community that all of us will have the paradise on earth, the Long Hoa meeting on earth. The humankind are waiting for this. God wants to rebuild the humankind with the Long Hoa meeting. For those who are the volunteer, that is you and me, all of us. So we try our best to do it, so that those who follow us, they can benefit, and those who follow us meaning they are your family, children and grandchildren. Now, you don't need to know, if you want, let's say for example, if you want to learn English, you don't even need the high being, because your soul know everything to help the suffering humankind. To know English, sometimes you may feel more angry. I tell you the truth. If you know English and people criticize you, if you understand, and you feel more angry, just like me, they curse at me, I just laugh. So what is the purpose to know English? If it is the need that you need to know English, I show you a way you can learn. Each day, you give yourself only 30 minutes, just close the door. Do not listen to anything. Do not contact to the outside world. Or you go somewhere that nobody disturb you, only for 30 minutes. Then you take the English book that you need to learn. Before you learn English, then you practice, you travel out to space 5 minutes. Afterwards, you receive a light of God 2 seconds and send to the book 3 seconds. Then you read. As you are studying, you learn 1, but you can grasp 5 if you want to learn. After 30 minutes, then you can do anything you want. Each day, you just spend 30 minutes to learn. Then you learn in 3 months, and you speak fluent English. That is how I show you. If you don't know how to speak English, or if let's say you learn Latin, now let's say you want to learn English, you need to know the alphabet. If you want to learn, as you try to speak, you need to have a cassette player, so you record yourself in each day 30 minutes. Do not have anybody disturb you, so you read and then you listen to your voice, your pronunciation. Then you would be able to speak fluently English, and people talk and you can understand. So in 3 months, each day, just 30 minutes, and you learn according to the formula I teach you. You are able to develop spiritually, and you can develop in a material life, and you can also excel in language. So I want to explain for you. You can learn English easily. For the English, they have the way to pronunciation. So you don't have to listen to that. You just hear to the cassette tape. You hear and you read the words. That in 3 months, each day just 30 minutes. You don't need a high soul. The high soul can help those who die. The high soul doesn't help English. The high soul cannot do this. That is how I share with you, give you my opinion. Next question.
Первый вопрос. Сколько времени надо объединяться, чтобы все человечество изменилось? Зависит ли это от количества студентов? Что в это время с людьми произойдет? И когда люди смогут получить эти способности? Я думаю, что объединяясь с людьми во время катаклизма, даже если много людей погибнет, то их души сразу пойдут к свету. Так ли это? И второй вопрос. Можно ли объединяться с черными магами, с одержимыми людьми и с психическими больными? Спасибо.
Dear Master, I have two questions. My first one is regarding the time period within which we should be unifying with people. For all people, what would be the time period during which you would need to be connecting, merging to other people, to all people, so that all people on the planet would be able to change? Would the length of that period also depend on the number of universal energy students that there are in the world, and that they are and those who are practicing this merging technique? What would happen with all of the people when, by merging with all of them, we would be able to help them and they would be able to receive the same capacities that we have? And would merging with other people, even if they later die in case of natural disasters, various catastrophes, lead to the fact that their souls would be going to higher beings? That's the first question. And the second question is, dear Master, is it possible, is it okay, can we merge with people who practice black magic, people who are possessed, and those who have psychological or real or false mental diseases? Thank you very much.
Your question, let me share with you. In the recent years, before and after the year 2000, the scientists around the world had warned that the human world, perhaps with the threat of Earth, with the Earth's axis change, and with the change of the Earth's axis, perhaps 70 or 90% of the world population would not be able to handle it, because the revolution of the Earth is so strong, the energy is so powerful that may cause casualty to 70 to 90% of the world population. That is the warning of the scientists within the past 10 years. Until now, they still have the same position. But from my understanding, it's not the end time, because God wants to create the human and want to increase the population, and God doesn't want to kill the humans regardless of any catastrophe. As you know, the scientists research that after 1 million years until now, there were 3 great floods that supposedly it will annihilate the human race. But how come after the past 80,000 years, at that time the world population is still very minimal, but now at the 21st century, now the world population is more than 6 billion. The Earth in the past, they have a lot of land, less people, but now we have 6 billion, and 6 billion, we still have abundant land. So on that, we are talking about the past, it's so lengthy now, let's talk about the present. In 6 billion people, we don't need all 6 billion to be like that, but at least 70% of them would be able to change to the humans with knowledge. The humans can help the humans who love the humans. Then on Earth, we will have the paradise of Earth, Long Hoa meeting on Earth. It's not 100% of these people can do it. In a large Iwi family, the high levels, 15% of them would fail. But for the humankind, 30% of them would fail, meaning they don't have the wisdom and enlightenment. However, if each day you merge collectively like that, they don't have the body, but their soul will evolve faster. Either they go back to their deities or they reincarnate in a new body. And that new person, that is a person with wisdom. It's not the person without the wisdom. These are the new people who knows how to develop on a spiritual path to help people without any life of the pleasure. They only live a life in the light of joy, not in the material pleasure. Most of the people in the world, we lead a life of material pleasure, not spiritual. including the UE practitioner. Supposedly in higher levels, you recognize you have the infinite asset that God had given to you. This is above all things, but you don't want it. You don't like it. You like to satisfy your physical body, even if the soul of God merged to you. You still stay the same. That is the old mistake that you have made 200,000 years ago. The people with wisdom. Through this question, I want to share with you from the research of archaeologists. 200,000 years ago, the people who are with wisdom meet people from the West in Europe, and later on they migrate to Asia. So as I learned in the past, as the deity revealed to me, the Caucasian, the first, those are the ones who are the smartest. That is the fact. The people in Atlantis, at that time in Atlantis, that was in the Atlantic Ocean, and that was from the West, in Europe. Not just people from Atlantis, all Europe, from 200 to 500,000 years ago, before the time of Atlantis. They were very smart, but they did not want to share all over the world. For that reason, the top people, these are people from Atlantis, they have to return back to the deity's body and soul. And 200,000 years later, the soul, the soul of the nobodies coming into the form of the people with the name ABCD. These are all of you, me, all of us. We return back so that we can rebuild, so that the people will have wisdom and enlightenment. We can rebuild the paradise on earth. That is, we are very fortunate that God had given this mission to us. That is how I share with you, so that you can understand. Therefore, do not worry. So suppose to be worried, then just try to learn, to put into practice. The fact that you worried 30 years ago, I was worrying just like you right now. I said that if I have the ability, I can have all of the humankind. The deities revealed to me. You just try to help in the nearest people around you, and slowly you can help further. So in fact, after I was able to travel here and there, one continent to another, teaching here and there, there are so many of you, the students in UE, in all 5 continents. Similarly for you, eventually from east to west, from one continent to another, if you have the ability, you are able to merge, to transfer energy. For sure, the benefit is not just for UE or for your family, but for the whole world. Then the whole world here is 70% will benefit. In 100%, you transfer energy, only 70% will benefit, because the rest of the 30%, they deny it. That is people in the material world. They're not in the UE family. In the UE family, then 85% would agree, and only 25% they don't, because they want everything. With your freedom of choice, God do not force you, and Master Đáng do not force you. Master Đáng only can pray to help your body, so you have a chance to contribute, to help yourself, you help your family, to help those around you, to benefit from the light of joy. If you don't listen, then Master Đáng cannot do anything. The Master Đáng and the soul of Master Đáng has the mission to help all the soul on earth, not just for anyone in particular, not just for the UE student alone, but for the whole world, for the humankind. Just like yesterday, in a meeting, there's one of the students, my student, who is also has a high position. But for others, they are not my student, but I merge to all, whether they have the position or not. The energy is different. We are fortunate that, as you reported to me about the meeting yesterday, that's one of the students, also a high level, is in the meeting. I don't want to say the name, because that person do not want me to reveal the name. I don't want to reveal the name of that person to you. In the meeting, he participated in the meeting representing one country, and who will also learn UE, perhaps the level 13. So on that, as your wish, and this is one of the good things, I also want to share with you, you listen carefully. For the past few days, as I use the subject of the body of Master LUONG MINH DANG, I also use the subject of my family members. That you need to remember my family members, just like your own family members, there are no exception. I let them have the freedom of choice, and you need to give them the freedom of choice. If you try to force them, you cannot. Listen carefully. So whatever they do, they face their consequences. You cannot take it for them. You don't have the ability. Even Master Dang could not carry the consequence for my own family, because they have the freedom of choice. If they listen to you, then it's better for their own body. But if they don't listen to you, there's nothing you can do, including like my children. In the same way, if they don't listen to me and if they're injured, then there's nothing I can do in my own country. But that's how I share with you. The human world, the humankind, they're all children of God. Our soul are the children of God. Everyone, we are children of God, regardless of any country or any people, including your children and grandchildren. So we have to keep that unbiased mind. In that way, we are ready to help all the people. That will include your children and grandchildren. But do they accept or not? If they don't accept, you cannot save them. If they're hungry and you tell them to eat, tell them to drink milk, you tell them to eat bread, they said milk and bread they don't like, and they just want to keep hungry and they die. After they die, you can bury. You cannot mummify the body. That is how I share with you. I'm preparing your mind. Do not feel sad. Do not worry, because I'm preparing you so that you can feel at peace, so that your life, I can continue to help a lot of people who need you. So do not, for any reason, for a small group of people that you feel suffering, then you're unable to help the large number of people, your children, grandchildren. So I'm preparing your mind so you have the opportunity to contribute to help other people. So if you love your children, grandchildren, spouse, your parents, then you pray. Within your ability, you pray. But you don't have the infinite ability. You do not have the right to force your family members, including the strangers. Now, for those with the mental problem, you can merge to help them. It's that's so easy. You can merge those with a mental problem. Their soul will evolve, and they will help them to. And a false mental problem is even faster. There's a number of your soul from the chakra 3 that may cause some problem. As you merge with your powerful energy, then all the soul will be liberated, and you transfer energy 9 times for that person. Each day, they can receive 2 seconds and send 3 seconds to that person 9 times, and then in 10 days, the person will return to normal. In the case of false problem, meaning in the case of possession, on this you are able to help. For those who practice black magic, you transfer energy to the home of that person. There's no problem with that. If you wish to help them, there's no problem with that. You transfer energy. This is the energy from the deities to help these people who practice black magic. Perhaps they can keep the soul from the chakra 3 to chakra 5 in order to help other people. You think that the sorcerers are all evil? No, because that is the human thinking. In many of the levels I have explained in my own country, many of these sorcerers, they are very good in order to save people, to help to heal people. In the injury, broken bones, only 30 seconds, and the bone fracture is healed completely. I cannot do it. These are some of the sorcerers. They have the ability. People in an accident with a bone fracture, he only need to know where, and 100 kilometers away, and he practiced, he used black magic. Only in 30 seconds, the person is completely healed. Master Dang cannot do that. Master Dang has to transfer energy. It may take a month or maybe 2 months to help, not in 30 seconds. So, a general thinking for the people, when you see a sorcerer, you are afraid of him. But if you know that these sorcerers, they have the ability to contribute, to help other people, so that all the people, they are fortunate that they are saved by these sorcerers. In a way, they are helping. You know who they learn the black magic from? From other country in the world, I don't know. But in terms of black magic, the practice of witchcraft from these sorcerers, the highest one, it is from Buddha. Buddha told this sorcerer to learn and taught them so that they can save people. So these sorcerers, sometimes, there's those who are close to them, meaning from the chakra 3 up to chakra 5, the souls, who are close to these sorcerers, so that they can send this good soul to help people. In the past video I mentioned to you about these witchcraft doctors or sorcerers. They can just blow the black magic to one lady, and that one lady send it to a person, and that person is sick, through a medium. Because you don't know that man, but this lady, she knows that, so he said that you talk to that man, and now you are sending a gift to that man, and so she go to see that man. She said that that person sent to you, and the moment he said he don't know, but at that moment he's possessed. So that is how clever these sorcerers, they can apply. You have to understand, for these sorcerers, I just share with you my experience in Vietnam. These sorcerers, they are very clever, and people deceive him. The human, they are so strange. I explained for you, they deceive. That's one lady who come to ask for the sorcerer and say that her husband has a second wife. He said, "Are you sure?" She said that I have the marriage license right here. So he said, that cannot be done. So he will give you the black magic so that you can place in his pocket. Then he will go back to you. So he returned back to that lady. And then suddenly the other lady come to see him and said, my husband, he has another woman. That is the second wife. With the same husband, he said it cannot be done. So he gives you another black magic. So whatever he wear, then he can return to you. So he, in a way, that sorcerer is sending the black magic to two ladies to keep him, and then 8 ladies like that. So you can see the sorcerer is being deceived. So the husband, he could not go to any of the ladies because everywhere they have the black magic over here and over there. 8 women, and that's only from they have the black magic from. Because he had 8 marriage license to 8 ladies. So that's why the sorcerer is being deceived. And he just want to help these people. So people who say that the sorcerer is evil, but as he care for these people, he believe in these people, they deceive him. Because everyone they claim that they are right. So that is how he gets stuck. But in the past, in my country, they are allowed to have 8 marriage license. So now what can we do? At that time, when they don't have the law, so they have 8. That's why king has 140 wives. The king in Vietnam, they had 140 wives, and he died before the age of 40. You know what else can he do? So is it the sorcerer is sin or not? He's being deceived. So I advise for you, all of your energy is to help the soul of all the living creatures. And our purpose is to help. Do not think that you use this energy to harm people. This energy, to try to use it, to abuse it, to control people, then for sure you will fail. This is not black magic. This is not sorcery. This is a love of God to help people so that they can turn to be a good person. It is not that you are controlling them according to your will to do the wrong things, and you cannot do it. So you listen very clearly on this. In the case of practicing black magic, as you want to transfer energy to help, you can wish to help anyone. Next question.
Здравствуйте, мастер. У меня 2 вопроса. На этом семинаре вы несколько раз объясняли и рассказывали о трансформации тела в энергию и выхода за пределы материального мира. И при этом вы говорили, что наша душа объединяется с вашей душой, душой мастера и Богом. И было 2 случая, когда вы эту трансформацию назвали триединством. Вот насколько мы в русскоязычных странах понимаем слово «триединство», для нас это означает какую-то очень высшую гармонию. И вот получается, что мы, студенты 18 уровня, можем становиться участниками этой высшей гармонии. И, как я понял, при объединении с душами других людей мы каким-то образом участвуем в том, что частью этой высшей гармонии, я так понимаю, становятся и другие люди. Расскажите, пожалуйста, больше, что означает триединство, объединение, и еще больше, что означает триединство, объединение нашей души, вашей души, Бога, что это за высшая гармония? И второй вопрос, более практичный. В интервью в журнале «Меконг» вы написали, что в конце концов настанет момент, в какое-то время, когда наши способности будут проявляться не только в духовности, в применении, в соответствии с техниками каждого уровня способности универсальной энергии, а вообще проявятся во всех сторонах жизни. И вот у меня такой вопрос. Люди принимают решения, думают, то есть на какие-то темы принимают решения, включая мыслительный процесс, который может быть длительным или медленным, и только в результате раздумий, вероятно, что-то они принимают и что-то делают, может быть, даже неправильно. Можно ли, если это вообще возможно, понимать и принимать без этого длительного или короткого процесса размышления? То есть в кратком виде получается так. Можно ли думать и принимать, можно ли понимать и принимать, не думая? Спасибо.
Hello, dear Master Dang. I have two questions. First is, you've talked about transferring our body into energy, in the body of energy, so that we could travel to to outer space, outside of the material space. You also said that in the process, when our soul unites with the soul of a master, and also is uniting with the soul of God, so there is 3 in 1 and 1 into 3. For people of Christian beliefs, especially in the Russian-speaking area of Russian Orthodox Church, the concept of Trinity is something that has a very great significance. A Trinity is understood in our culture as a very high level of harmony. Thus, we come to understand that possibly this unification allows us to reach this high level of harmony. And if my assumption is correct, when we are when we are merging with other souls, we are able to make others also part of this high level harmony. Thus, I've described this to show my thinking, and dear Master, based on this, I would like to ask you to explain us more about this 3 in 1 and 1 in 3 concept, joining our soul, soul of the Master, and soul of God. And what kind of high-level harmony is this 3 in 1 and 1 in 3? And my second question is related to your interview in Mekong magazine. Over there, you said that with time, people will be able to use these high capacities that we receive, not only in the field of spiritual development and spirituality, but in all issues that we face in our life. Nowadays, in regular life, we are able to make decisions as a result of thinking, calculating for a certain period of time. And I would like to know, will it be possible, and if, then how and when people will be able to make decisions and then start acting very fast without long period of thinking, but to be able to realize things fast and to start understand things fast, accept them, and start acting fast. Could you please tell us more about this also? Thank you very much, dear Master.
So this question from this student, as you have a very precious answer and the means for you to learn. First of all, from the West you have the Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. From the East, we have the Buddhist notion, the Buddha, the saint, and the angels. And from China, they have the heaven, man, and earth. We have the heaven, the earth, and man. So they're all the three. If we know how, we would know everything. That is from a Catholic doctrine, to have God in you, Jesus in you. But how can you have the Christ in you? Does He allow it? Does He allow that you are able to merge with Him or not? No. Only in theory, but in practice, how can you achieve it? You can see after 2,000 years, is there anyone who can merge into you? Or can you merge to anyone? No, it never exists. Now, as God allowed you, and God has to teach you the technique. You don't even see God, but you only see Master Đáng. Master Đáng is teaching you the technique. God has allowed Master Đáng to teach you. Christ asked Master Đáng to teach you so that Christ can merge into you. Therefore, for the past few days, as I teach you, when you see the result, when you have the ability, as you can help your family, you help your religion, do not thank Master Đáng. Thank Jesus Christ. Because He asked me to teach you the technique so that you are able to merge with Him and He can merge with you. Because Christ never deceived us. Similarly for Buddha. But when Buddha gave, or Christ gave to you, or Muhammad gave to you, then you can... But they asked me to teach you. Therefore, in the past 4 days, as I have taught you, when you have achievement, then you should thank the religious leaders in your religion, because they had asked Master Đáng to help their followers so they can merge into their followers, so that they can help mankind, help their religion. For the past few days, that I asked you, when you achieve, then you should thank your religious leader, not Master Đáng. Master Đáng teach you, after I teach you, I go elsewhere. Master Đáng is not close to you. And you don't need to follow Master Đáng, because Master Đáng has nothing, only the physical body, and I can take care of myself. I don't need anyone to take care of me. Food, clothing, I still have my arms, I can still work, I can take care of myself. You don't have to take care of me. So today, as you ask, I share with you clearly, Christ is not wrong, as He promised. Buddha similarly, I am the Buddha, and all of you, you shall be the Buddhas. But you need to know the technique, and that technique that Buddha teach to Master Đáng, and Master Đáng teach you, then you can merge with them and they can merge with you. If they don't teach Master Đáng did not teach you, then how can you merge with them, or how can they merge with you? To show you so you can merge with them, so that they are ready to merge with you easily. That is a lesson you are learning today and tomorrow. So that on the 1st of August, you can merge with them. As I mentioned to you already, I did not hide. All of the religious leaders had asked the soul Master Đáng, when you merge with Master Đáng, you are merging with your religious leaders and God. Your religious leaders. And then you, for sure, you can help all the people. You can help all the people, all the religion easily. It is not that I'm trying to hide, but that is the fact. I have the effort here to teach you through the request of all of the religious leaders, I have to listen to them. I have to listen to Muhammad, I have to listen to Jesus, I have to listen to Buddha, so that I learn the lesson from them in order to teach you, and you would be able to apply. So you should thank these religious leaders. Today, through this question from the student in Russia, I share with you clearly so you can rest assured. That is the truth. The truth of the deities. Now, as you are thinking and calculating with your mind, if your physical body is calculating and thinking, it is so difficult. Why? Because your physical body in the flesh, it is still limited. Your brain, you can only use 6%, so how can you fully calculate everything? And so no matter how you calculate this, always take a long time. There is a shorter way, faster way. Yes or no? To go forward or stay back. That is your soul. As it merged to your body. And your soul, if it is highly trained, then you leave it to your soul to decide. For that reason, your soul is always close to the soul of Master Đáng. So that in any situation, I can help your soul, so your soul can help your body. That is so fast. Whether you do it or not. Then you have a way to calculate very fast. You don't even need a calculator. 3 times 3 is 9, 3 and 3 is 9. You don't even have to punch into the calculator. It takes too long. 4, 3.
We're having a little microphone problem. We're changing the battery.
Testing. Can you still hear? Testing, okay. Dạ được thưa thầy. Dạ. Bể luôn.
Dạ.
So now, if you wish to make a decision faster, quicker, I teach you the technique from the previous class. When you decide whether you do or not in the emergency time, that it takes you the time to practice or to pray, then people would die. So you just think of the soul Master Đáng, and the soul Master Đáng will help you to decide totally. Let's say in urgency, disaster, war, catastrophes, and you may have in your mind you don't know how to deal, whether you run or you stay or you hide, or to move elsewhere, then at that time you cannot calculate. It's so difficult. You don't have to pray or practice. It might take a long time. By the time you do it, you die. In a split of second, you think of my soul Master Đáng, and then I can guide you in your thought to go here, or you will travel here, or go there, or do this. And this is something I can do. That is in urgency time. And in terms of calculating for business, so that you have a clear mind, the document they give it to you, the proposal they send to you, you transfer energy to it, and you pray to the soul Master Đáng to merge with your soul, and then you read through the proposals. Wherever you think is need to change, then somewhere that is not appropriate, and you tell them to change. With this, you can read very fast. You read through and you know whatever is wrong, and you tell them to correct. And then you read through, and then you tell them to make changes. This is so easy. You can succeed in this point. And if you said that you have to read through, and then you think whether the point is right or wrong, so I advise for you, in the case of a document, sometimes you think it is wrong, but it's right. Or sometimes you think that it is right, but this is wrong. Therefore, you need to transfer energy to it, to pray to my soul to merge with yours. So you know if this business proposal, what is the percentage that are correct, or what is the benefits. Then you change, then they will listen. This is for the benefit of the whole. This is something you can do. I show you this. And if you read this, there are so many complications. They have a lot more experience than you. They design the proposal. If you don't have the experience, you just sign. As you sign, then you have to accept. And once you accept, instead of profit 50%, but you only profit only 15%, all of your effort, they take it away from you. So I show you this. You can reach a higher percentage to help yourself. That is, the deities help you a means, and with this means for you to find the truth, to help others. Therefore, you are able to succeed easily, as the deities help you to calculate through the soul of Master Đáng, combining with your soul to help your body. This I confirm that for sure you would be able to achieve. Next question.
Germany.
Ist Licht ein? Okay. Good morning to everybody. We have a question from a student from Croatia. So the student is asking, Dear Master, I have a question referring archaeology. In Bosnia, there is a little village, or a village, which is called Visoko, W-I-S-O-K-O. And in Visoko, 2 pyramids were found in the underground. It is the pyramid of the moon, and it is the pyramid of the sun. And these pyramids, the size of these pyramids, is even bigger than the Egyptian pyramids. So if we take a look at the internet, we can see what is done in the meantime, and we can see that these 2 pyramids are connected with a tunnel. Now, some politicians don't want that they go on with the archaeology research, and it is estimated that these pyramids are older than 15,000 years. So I ask you for your opinion, Master. What is your opinion regarding these 2 pyramids in the village Visoko in Bosnia? This was the first question of the student. Now the second question of the student is regarding the exercise when we transform our body into energy. So the question is, if during the exercise, when our body is energized and when we are traveling in space, what is happening with all the clothes that we are wearing? And let's say that maybe a fly is landing on the head of a person which is traveling in space. What happens to a fly that is close to this person or landing on the person's body during the exercise? Is this fly traveling with the person who is doing the exercise in that moment? And what is happening to this fly? Can you please give more information on this question? Thank you, Master.
To your question, as you mentioned about the pyramid in Bosnia, from the research of the scientists, as they mentioned all over the world, the last great flood was in 80,000 years ago, as going through the changes in Earth. Just like 48 hours ago, you can see that in one of the lake full of water, and suddenly all the water was drained and the lake was dry. So you can see all of everything in that lake would be buried. So the archaeologists, I do not know how they research, but if in fact they discover the pyramid just like the one in Egypt, and they have the tunnel, then more or less it has to be 50,000 years or more, not 15,000 years. Because underground for the past 15,000 years, there's no change in terms of the flood, in terms of the geographic change. If there are changes, then it would bury due to the change of the geographic with the water and the land mass is moving. Just like in the case that in Chile that they have shown 2 days ago. I just want to give you that simple explanation for you so you can see, but the most important part, what is the purpose of their research? About more than 25 years ago, the scientists in America who came to Egypt to research, and they disappeared. Nobody can find out. We don't know their fate for the past 25 years, more than 25 years now, they've been missing. Among 3 of them, one of them, the survivor, came back and saw me in 1991 in America. So now, what is the purpose of that research? For that reason, a number of my students who asked when they went to Egypt, perhaps some of the cell in there that helped me to become intelligent, how come I have a lot of knowledge? They thought that I am from the pyramid. They thought that I had transformed one of the cells that I travel out to space. But I'm a person who was born in here with my parents in my country. I'm not from outer space, or I'm not coming from the one of the cells inside the pyramid, or one of the Egyptian master had transformed into the human flesh to go out. So I explained for you. I don't know about the future, but at this time, it's not yet. In that research, I see that it is not necessary, because right now the humankind is suffering the situation of crisis on earth. So how can we help to reduce the suffering in the world? This is a top priority. Whether they're rich or poor, they're all suffering. All the people on earth at this present time in the 21st century, we are living in suffering, no happiness. I tell you the truth. If there's some happiness, it is a false sense. In 24 hours, there is a short time. Nobody can be happy for 24 hours, except if that person is in a coma without knowing anything. Then we don't have any comment. If we know, if you are conscious, then in 24 hours, nobody is happy for 24 hours. You think of your own self. You think that in 24 hours, can you have happiness or the life joy in you 24 hours? No. There are so many things that you have to worry. Your business, your work, your family, not to mention about all the things that cause you to distract. So you don't have happiness. The happiness, nirvana on earth, meaning that you have truly peace, true freedom, without any worries. The true self come to you. That would be the Long Hoa meeting. Not even 10%, not even 5%. Then we have no happiness. You can see that. That is how I share with you. So the research and also the politicians do not allow them to continue. It is no benefit, because wars, people with suffering. So we need to spend the effort to help people. We need to be more practical. These archaeologists, they have the contribution, but in a 3-dimensional world, how can they properly research the 4th and other dimension in space? That's how I summarize on that point for you to understand. It is very small, not enough, not to mention. In the case of these archaeologists, whatever you want, they can devise on their own. We believe in them. In the document, there are only 3, but they say 7, and then sometimes they add in information, so it's so difficult. So now, if we don't see and we practice, we see the results, so we can help people. That is a more practical one, because it's been helpful for the past 18 years. It's not I'm teaching you abstract for the past 18 years and you don't see any result for the past 18 years. If it is not effective, then for sure now I could not teach. That is a fact. But with everything that we can achieve, as I mentioned to you, the deities are allowed to give me and I give you. You should thank the deities. If you love me and love the deities, then you act to help people. And they are no stranger. They are your family, your country, your people. When you listen carefully now, when you transform into energy to travel out to space, the watch and the clothing you wear is not important, because you are not aware of it. So in the future, when you are sitting right here, you close your eyes, your body and your soul, whether your jewelry or your clothing, you don't have to worry about it. Just worry about the fact that your body and your soul can travel to a location to help these people. You can merge to help these people. Because when you practice, in 5 minutes, you lose all the sensation of your body. Then you die. But are you dead? You see the people who died and the body is not moving. Similarly for you, from life, I practice so you can die, and then from death, you return back to life. You die so that you can learn and progress in a normal sense of death. Then it will be normal that the body is buried or cremated. You may die for 5 minutes, 2 or 3 hours. Perhaps you may die for 5-6 hours, because the moment you just lie down to practice and you travel, you think that you are sleeping. Sleeping is different, practicing is different. So you are able to learn and you can evolve. To evolve here meaning you have full knowledge. And once you have full knowledge, you have the ability, then you can help a lot of people. You can contribute. If you don't know and you try to help, it is so difficult. Just like when you are poor and you try to give the money, where do you have the money? That is what I want to share with you, so you can understand and you know from this experience to help other people. Next question.
Mute Africa. Germany, another question? South Africa, mute please.
Thank you, okay. Yeah. So first we ask the question and then I will translate. Okay. Okay, now okay. Dear Master Dang, good morning Master Dang, dear Master Dang. When we are doing the exercise, traveling in space, at that moment we merge with the soul of the Master. How does it work? If many other UE students do the same exercise at the same time, does the soul of the Master split into many, many parts? Or is there a duplication of the soul of the Master? Or does it extend in the spiritual universe so that the soul of the Master can reach everybody of us at the same time? Okay, thank you, Master.
Now, as you asked this question, I answer for you. There are other questions from the level 16, 17, 18 would be similar to this question. As you know, my soul, I have only one. But I can merge collectively to 6 billion. Just like you in the level 18. Totally all of the number of students here, more or less 700 of you. But each day, in that 5-10 minutes that I close my eyes, when I meditate with you, then my soul would merge to all of you. You know why? Because you are afraid? No. You are just a small speck of light. I'm just like a giant source of light. So no matter how you divide, I still have abundance. My soul covers the entire earth to help all the living creatures. My soul. You have to remember, my soul is from the infinite universe. The earth is just like a grain of sand in a desert. So when I receive the light from outer space, it can cover the whole Earth. So altogether, in 1 hour, let's say 2 million students in level 17, 18 all pray for my soul to merge. I can merge to 5 million, not to mention 2 million alone. Like an older meeting with 500,000 for the whole country or the whole continent, I can merge to all of them easily. That is to merge collectively. You know, each day I can merge so many people. But a number of people I do not merge. It doesn't mean that I merge to all. If they're in the list that I merge, so that they are able to help mankind, I merge. Otherwise, if not, then I do not merge to them. What is the point to merge to them? To merge to those that need it to help mankind, then I merge. For those who cause problem and do not contribute to help mankind, then I would not merge to them. I tell you the truth. It doesn't mean that I merge to anyone. Listen carefully. I have the ability to merge for the whole earth. However, there are 4 groups in earth that I merge. These 4 can help mankind. They can have so many means to mankind. These 4 groups of people, for sure I merge to them. To merge collectively, easily. So you can rest assured, in the previous seminars, there are some students who ask that, Master, if all together we pray to you and over there they pray to you, all pray to you, how can you meet all the demands? I have sufficient because you are so small. My soul is large. So each of you just a little tiny, so there's no problem. Just like when you ask in the case of in my body, I'm able to divide to all. You get called as a split of second, I'm there, all of you together, all of the EWE students. And sometimes those who are not an EWE student, who know that Master Đáng, they call Master Đáng to help. Master Đáng do not hear or see you, but my body do not show love or hate because I do not know. My soul is shared to all. Whenever you need, my soul is there to help without any problem.
Wel, Lars.
Goedemorgen, meester Dang.
Good morning, Master Dang.
Als wij al onze aantekeningen naast elkaar
When
leggen,
we all together, all the students compare our notes,
ik denk dan zullen we verbaasd staan
then
wat er
we
geschreven
will be
staat.
surprised about what we have written down.
Want ieder van ons heeft een
Because
ander niveau en een
everybody
ander
here has a different understanding and a different level of understanding.
Hoe krijgt u het voor elkaar om toch ons op
How
één lijn
do
te
you
krijgen?
manage to get us on one line?
Om die dingen te doen
So that
die
we can
zodat
do
we kunnen leren en deze aarde
the
helpen.
things that are necessary that we can learn to help the earth.
En mijn tweede vraag
My
is,
second question is,
ik vind het in eerste instantie al fantastisch dat wij zoveel
find it
landen
fantastic that we can see so many countries waving to us, greeting us, and that it is going over so many boundaries, physical boundaries, and that so many students who have so many problems, they have to conquer so many problems
om dan ook andere mensen te willen helpen.
To prepare themselves to help other people.
Zo, ik vind het fantastisch om te weten dat er zoveel
I
collega's
think it is
in de wereld
fantastic to
zijn.
know that there are so many colleagues in the world to help together with us to improve this world. Therefore, Master, I want to thank you.
Mijn vraag is nu
My question furthermore is, we have received the summary of techniques from level 18 about overweight.
Master, daar staat in, als wij het praktiseren, dan kunnen wij honger krijgen.
Practice, that after this practice we can be hungry after the meal again.
Maar dat is juist het probleem.
But that is the problem.
So,
that we are always
even
hungry.
Toelichting alsjeblieft. Dank
So,
u,
can you please explain this more?
Now, as you know, in the teaching of UE, as I teach you, it is very special. That is one of the good signs for all of you who learn UE. Because when I teach you in a class, there are 3 point A, point B, point C. So whoever need point A, then they record A. Whoever need point B, then they record B. Whoever need point C, then they record C. So that is the A, B, C, the levels, different levels. Don't be surprised. But the most important part is the technique is the same. The understanding, the knowledge is 3. But whether you understand A, B, or C, but then you practice, then you just practice the same technique and you still achieve similarly. When you record on a note like that, the person with the mission A, or mission B, or mission C, they do it accordingly. So don't be worried or don't be surprised. This is something I know after my 18 years of teaching. I give you example. A number of you who are in the field of science, who ask questions about quantum physics, about physics, and some of you don't even know anything about physics or quantum physics, but my explanation from high to low, you all can grasp. Regardless of your level of understanding, you are able to grasp. Or in the same case for medical science, I also explain from high to low. So low and high you are able to grasp. I give you a very simple example, not just in the field of medical science, but if you know the simple way, so you are able to achieve. Just like a number of you who are the physician or a pharmacist, that is my way of teaching. So each person will write differently depending on their own level of understanding, so you don't have to worry about that fact. Now, for you, in the large UE family, the deities they are very clever. That combine all of you in UE from all 5 continents. You are in the high levels. That is the design of the deities. And besides that, there is no organization or any teaching that can combine all the religion that we all have shown the same love toward each other. Including in your own religion, you can see they have division and fighting in themselves. And in a large UE family, all of the religion, they are all together, and you see each other just like brother and sister in the same house. However, in the same house, with your love toward your classmate, you help each other. Sometimes you help people not in your same religion or your same country. That is the love that you share within the same school, the school of UE. You can combine all the religion in the world, more or less. In a school of UE, you are representing your own religion to help your own religion to develop higher. It is not for me or for other religion. That is how I share with you. It is very good that the deities had arranged for a large UE family for all of us to learn. Now I show you. I see that the person you have a problem with overweight. So now, beside the fact that you practice with the breathing, you can drink the UE water. Let's say you are not sick, you don't have any sickness. So to avoid the case when you are hungry, you eat. So instead, after the eating, you drink 30 ml of the UE water, 30 ml of the UE garlic water. That is when you are sick. So when you are hungry again, I allow you, when you are hungry again, when you practice you feel angry, you drink 10 ml of the UE garlic water. Then slowly you can control your hunger and you can re-establish the balance. It doesn't mean that you drink the UE garlic water if you want to control your weight. When you're eating, after you're eating, you are afraid of eating and you can gain weight. So you can prepare the UE garlic water. You can drink 10 ml to control your hunger. And then you wait for the next meal to eat. That is, you are not sick. So whenever you feel hungry, when you're hungry, drink 10 ml. Let's say in a day you are hungry 6 times, then you drink 6 times, each time 10 ml, 60 ml. That is a new formula for you. Because through this question, I understand for many of you. So I show you the newest technique for the level 18 today. For others, if you're in a similar situation, then you can apply this technique. I show you So you are able to control your weight as you are worried about it.
Ja, dicht bij de mond, want anders hoort de rest niet. Oké.
Dag meester.
Hello master.
Hoe meer ik lesgeef,
That's the more you teach,
komen er alleen maar meer vragen.
the more questions I have.
En ik doe mijn best om
And
het te beperken.
I will do my best to restrict myself.
Ik heb ze genummerd.
I have numbered the questions, otherwise I will lose control. So, the first question.
Als het gaat over onze eigen ziel
When we talk about our own soul
en om de mogelijkheid om onze ziel werkelijk ons
the
lichaam
possibility
te laten sturen,
to let our own soul really guide our own body,
en het verbaasde mij de afgelopen dagen dat u vroeg,
I was surprised in the recent days that you asked the question, do you know your own soul?
is er een formule mee
Is there a formula, Master,
om een continue dialoog met onze eigen
to
ziel te
have
leren?
a continuous dialogue with our own soul,
Om zoveel tijd te sparen
so that we will save a lot of time
en niet voortdurend in oude valkuilen te
not
trappen.
constantly will fall into the same traps.
De tweede vraag,
The second question,
toen u sprak over de behandeling van
when
mensen
you
met handicaps,
talked about the treatment of people with a handicap,
dacht ik natuurlijk onmiddellijk aan mijn zus.
I was thinking of my sister.
Mijn zus is spastisch
My
als gevolg van
sister is spastic
een afwijking in de kleine hersenen.
because of a malformation of the cerebellum, the small brain.
Het gevolg is dat al haar lichaamsdelen verkrampen.
As a result, she has cramps in all her limbs.
Dus is het voor mij moeilijk om
So
9 maal energie te sturen naar een bepaalde plek.
it is very difficult to send energy 9 times to a specific local place because it's everywhere.
Misschien
Maybe
staat dit toe om dan nog 9 maal
you
energie te sturen naar het
allow
totale lichaam.
that I send again, so once more, 9 times energy to the total body.
Of moet het naar de kleine hersenen?
Or maybe should I send 9 times energy to the small brain, to the cerebellum?
De derde vraag,
The third question,
als u mij toestaat.
if you allow me to have this.
Als ik een cursus geef,
When I teach
er is een overdracht
Universal Energy Seminar and there is a transfer of energy
voor 30%,
for
voor
30% and 60% opening of chakras,
fuseert mijn ziel dan met die van mijn studenten?
will the soul of will my soul then merge with the soul of my students at that moment?
Of is het die van ons beiden? Die van
Or
mij en van mij?
is it in fact your soul and my soul that are merging with the souls of my students?
Leer die ziel in een fractie van een seconde van onze zielen.
Is that soul of the students in a split of a second learning from both our souls at that moment?
Mag ik eventueel middelbaar niveau deel 1 geven met niveau 18?
And Master, is it allowed for me to teach the intermediate level 1 when I have completed level 18?
En zou energie geven aan geld dit goede besteding richting kunnen geven?
Another question, will it help when we transfer energy to money? Will this help to spend the money in the right way, in a better way?
Nou durf ik het weer. Dankjewel.
Okay, these are all my questions. Thank you, Master.
Now, through the question that you asked, let me answer for you. Now, if you wish to have that constant connection with your soul, it is so easy. I'm just afraid that you don't want to do it. If you wish to do it, then I applaud you. then you would do it so easily and you don't even have to think too much. Now I advise for you, each day, whenever you are so free, because when you are working or when you're busy, don't do it. When you are free, do it. Let's say in your work, when you are doing, you continue with your work and you continue to receive the light of God 2 hours, 3 hours, 3 seconds. In a way, when you transfer energy, that is a way you have that connection with your soul. Either you practice or you transfer energy here and there. Then all of your thinking, all of decision, regardless of anything, it will be very smooth and faster for you. You don't have to think for a long time. This is something I can help you. First of all, a number of you are easily confused. Especially the elders, you always have memory loss. So when you practice the technique that I show you, then you don't get confused anymore. Whenever needed, then you keep in your mind. Then you don't have that problem with the memory loss or confusion. That is a way you're able to help your mind and your body. Because in all of us, yesterday I had recommended, particularly for those of you, the elders, in the case of sexuality as well as the woman with menopause, then in your mind you may have a lot of disruption because of the hormonal change in your body. So with that imbalance for those who are the elders, so the more you practice, the better. The more you receive the energy, as you receive and send, you can re-establish the balance in your body. You don't have any problem, especially for the woman and the elders with the problem of menopause. You will feel more comfortable without any problem inside your body. That is my opinion I share with you. Now, in the case of the handicap, with the brain, you transfer energy 9 times to the brain, and you also can transfer energy to help. So you're able to help in the case of the muscles and also to help the nerve and the bones and all of the blood flow to help them all to develop. You transfer energy 9 times to the brain, that is the injured brain, that is normally. And also you need to transfer energy each location on the knee, the sitting bones, and right on the both sides of the feet, and on the shoulder, and the elbows, and also at the wrist. 3 on the right and the left leg, right and the left arm. So those 12 locations, and all over the body, including the chakra 6 and chakra 7. So in the similar situation, you try your best. As you merge that person one time, then when you are practicing to travel out to space, then you use these 12 locations, the 2 arms, the 2 feet, to practice to receive the light of God aura to send to the shoulder, to the knee, to the wrist, on both arms, and on both legs. So those are 12 points: the sitting bone, the knee, and right in front of the foot, right on the foot. Then each time when you are practicing out to space, you transfer energy to these 12 locations. And each time when you treat on these 12 locations, and you send 9 times to each of these locations when you treat. And each day you only merge to that person 1 time. Then you are able to help this sick person to recover totally. In the case of paralysis, they can recover faster. When you are teaching, that is when your soul merges with the deities, you open the chakra 60 and 30%. Your soul doesn't have that ability. In the future, all of you who are teaching level 3, when you open the chakra 100%,
Sabine, mute.
When you transfer energy to level 4, that is my soul merged with you, that you can open chakra for them. To open chakra 100%. And from the time when you open chakra level 3, level 4, when I merge with you, and then you can do that. And from level 5 and higher, and all the students, I myself, I transfer energy and merge with them to help them with the ability, so they can practice to help their own health. In a level 1, you open chakra 130%, level 2, 60%, that is your own soul. The deity allow you can open chakra for them. For the new students, when they learn level 1, level 2, to open chakra 30 and 60%. Now in the case right now with the teaching, there is a guideline. If you want to teach, you need to have experience. You need to audit the class. Then in your country, when there is a center or a sub-center, or when you wish to learn, you have to contact the main center there. When you come to audit, then with your ability, the center head will make a recommendation, then I will decide. There's no problem. If suddenly you go out to teach, you don't have any experience, sometimes you teach and the student cannot do it, then it is a pity for the student. That is the reason that I want all of you in the future, you will be able to teach. You need to have experience. There is an organization, a system. Then you would be able to have the authorization to teach. Now, advice for you: don't transfer energy to money. It is no benefit. Have no benefit. However, if you are an artist or all of in your drawing for exhibition, then you can transfer energy to your artwork. They could pay attention to it. Let's say you're an artist, you draw. In the past, only 500 people look at it. Now the same picture after you learn a higher level. So each time when you draw, you transfer energy to your drawing. Then 5,000 people will look at it, pay attention to it. Let's say your drawing, in the past they buy for only 200, but later on they buy it for 2,000, 5,000 or 10,000. So one in the past without energy is different, one with the energy is different. I had to help people, the artists, so that they're able to achieve either whether they're musician through their lyrics or the music. In summary, in all of the profession, you're able to apply using universal energy. You're able to improve yourself to help more people. That is a way you are sending the seed of love to these people. Then they will pay attention to you. Now go on, next question.
Iran? Can you hold on a second, because we lost South Africa? So hold your horses. If not, we ask a question and hold on a couple seconds.
سلام. به نام خدا. لطفاً بفرمایید در هر لول آیا تغییری در استفاده از مغز ما به وجود میاد؟ به این معنا که در هر لول چند درصد مغز ما فعال میشه؟ آیا در همه یکسانه؟ یه چند تاش هم خط دادم دیگه، نمیدونم اونا رو نخونم. دعا کنید که شاگردان شما از شما بیشتر دریافت داشته باشن. به اصطلاح خودمون التماس دعا داریم. آیا شما هم اشتباه میکنید؟ اساتید ما میگفتن انسان کد خاص خود رو دارد و نمیتوان از آن به عنوان مثال در جانوران برای باروری استفاده کرد، زیرا به کد آنها نمیخورد. حال با انرژی میتوان به این کدها را باز کرد یا خیر؟ آیا زندگی پس از مرگ ما به رفتار ما در این جهان ارتباط دارد یا نه؟ یه مطلبی هم که از هنگام سوال کردن فشار زیادی رو حس میکنم. البته این دفعه نه، دفعه قبل اینجوری بود. یکی علتش رو بفرمایید، یکی هم خواهش میکنم که راه جلوگیری از اونو به همون بیام.
Can I do the translation now?
Could you hold on? I'm just trying to fix Sabine. Hold on 1 second.
Thank you. Just let me know.
Thank you.
Allez, bonne
Oui, c'est moi. Vous avez plus d'images, plus de vidéos, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Okay, so can you follow by telephone? Can you follow by telephone line? So.
Okay, no, we have the connection and I'm trying to right now.
Okay, so I leave the telephone on, and I will see you on the. I see you as soon as you're back on the Skype. I will cut the telephone. Okay.
Okay, no, that's not the right telephone. Okay, you need to. Okay, just hold on. I'll phone you back,
No. I will stay on the phone. Because you cannot call me, I will have to call you into the conference. So you can just listen to this and maybe put your telephone next to your microphone so the classroom can hear you.
Okay. I need to stop all computers and restart open.
Yes?
We need to restart the router and we need to restart the computers.
It's fine. You do your thing on the computer, but please stay on the telephone so the class can continue.
Yeah, but that's not the right. You're not phoning me on the right phone. The students cannot hear.
What is not there? You can.
I cannot hear the course.
But you hear. Can you talk slowly? I don't follow. You cannot hear the telephone. You can hear me right now because everybody can hear you right now. So as soon as you just. Oui. I want to pass you. Okay. Okay. Iran is going to ask you a question now. If not, I will send you the recordings later. Okay? You can miss this question, there's no problem. We just go ahead. If you want, you can keep the telephone on so you can listen to the question.
No, we will skip our question for the moment.
Okay, no problem then. Thank you very much, Sabine.
Because we will not be able to listen to the answer and we will skip our question for the moment.
Okay, no problem. I will take care of the recording later then.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, bye Sabine. Good luck.
Bye.
Good luck. Okay, so we can go ahead. Iran, you can go with your translation. Thank you.
Okay. This question is from Mr. Tude. Are there any changes to each level in the way we use our brain? What percentage of our brain gets activated? Is it the same for all UE students? Question number 2, which was translated wrongly before, so we're making a correction. Please pray to the deities so we can receive more from you, dear Master. Question number 3, do you also make mistakes? Our professors used to say that human sperm only works to conceive human, not other creatures. Can you explain more on this? Does the life after death is under the effect of how we live in our body? While I'm writing these questions, I feel a lot of pressure. What is the reason and how can I prevent this? Thank you, Master. Is it okay? Is it clear?
Yes. Through your question, I want to answer for you. All of you, after the level 18, all of you, the soul of the level 18 would merge to all of you. But do you accept or not? If you accept, then you will have wisdom and enlightenment very quickly. But I know only 85% of you accept. The other 15% do not accept. because you think the material is higher than the spiritual. That is the loss that I always pray for you. There is nothing I can do. In the past, when you learn, you have less greed. But when you come to learn, then you have more greed. That is the freedom of choice of your body. As the soul is still hanging with you, it is good. If the soul does not hang with you, as it prays to the deities, it would leave back to the deities. As I know, among the UE students in a high level, many of them will fall into these categories. That is how I explain for you. There's no reason that all of you, 100% and 100 of you and 85 can go in and the other 15 cannot. The other 15 can go in, can change, can help the body. That is how I explain clearly. Many of them will change. The body can change or not, it is up to the body. Now, as a human, everybody, we have sinned. I do not want to say anyone. Most of the people, as a human, when you live in the material world, then you have sinned. In the human world, then you owe the human world. So never boast to others. You owe a lot. We did not pay all our debt. We only...
This is us. Just listen.
We can contribute within our ability. Do not boast. As a human, then in the material world, in the physical, when you eat and you wear, then you have sin. Do not say that you don't have any sin. In the material world, Jesus Christ and the deities have taught all of the humans, as we live in this temporal world, and after 85 years, we would end up dead. Then for sure you have that sin. Whether you don't have sin or you have sin, you end up dead. Therefore, a number of you who said that you can become this or become that, it is up to them. I don't have any comments. A number of people that say that they are innocent, they don't have sin, because everyone, they have sin. Sin toward the society, to the people, to the country, tradition, culture, family, society, you have sin. But then, whether you have more or less sin, sometimes you have more sin, you act less. Sometimes you have less sin, but you act more to help people. So everything is clear. And as you said that at the present time, you want to know the future. How do you know the future? Your soul right now, you live in Iran, and next time you end up in Europe, and then you say that in Iran is so good, when Europe is not as good. But you know that in the past you were in Iran, it's different. Now you go into this country, it's different. That's how you can see. How do you know your soul in the next life? What are you going to do? Where are you going to be? My point is to present to you the ordinary soul in the human world. It doesn't mean that everyone that the deities have sent down, those are the ones with the mission that the deities send down. Then these beings, they have the ability to contribute to help to the country and society. It doesn't mean that everyone can be a president or everyone can be the prime minister. In the whole country, there's only one. It doesn't, you don't have any country that have 4 presidents, only one. And each time they have 1 president, and each of them, the deities will send a soul down to contribute to help that country, and then to contribute to help the neighboring country. Do not think that a president or a prime minister, that is a normal soul. Whether a smallest country, the soul of that leader is also sent by the deities in order to lead a country or a group of people. That is how I share with you. Do not think that you try to do a lot of blessing so that next life you may benefit. You may not. So if you research on the development of the spirituality, then as your soul come down here to this world, depending on each time and era that your soul can learn and progress, that is an ordinary soul, that is reincarnated from the lower life form to the human. But when your soul had learned everything already, you return back to the deities already, then as the deities send us down here to contribute to help mankind, to help the body, that you have the responsibility so that this body can have wisdom to help all the people. That is at the present time you, all of us. But if you are an ordinary person, just like all the ordinary people, then how do you have the formula to practice to help your body to transform into energy? You can see, how can you transfer energy to help here or there? You cannot, it's so difficult. That is how I share with you through these questions. So from a principle at the present time, the male sperm combining with the female egg, then it can form the fetus. For the past 2,000 years, Mary can give birth to Jesus Christ without a man. You can see the scientists, they cannot do anything. But that is at present time. In the future, we do not know. Just like on the first day, a number of you have asked that among us with the DNA, as I checked through the research in the DNA, they have 3 billion pairs of the DNA base pair, and there are 46 of the chromosome, and in that there is one pair that can determine the gender. That is from the principle in medical science as a research. However, in the last level 19, I had explained eventually in our DNA we go through the changes, or the chromosome inside our body will go through the changes because they link to universal energy. As we know how to use universal energy to transform them, as they can transform into energy, then everything can change. That is you, me, all of us, we would change. So I advise a number of you in a higher level in UE. I do not know for any reason, for example, that you need to go to have the DNA test to find out whether they are in the same blood with you. So perhaps the test might turn negative, even though they are your blood relative, but the DNA might turn negative. That is in the future. Or in the future, I wish that in the UE family, we have some of the children with one unified brain, and that is a brain of wisdom, without the influence of the secondary brain, the reptilian or the mammal part, so that we can have the real human brain. Then that is the one with the wisdom. That is my wish, so that you are able to achieve, the humankind can achieve, meaning that God can give the blessing to the UE family first, to any family who have that first child that we refer to as the indigo child. The scientists will be surprised, how come the human on earth, we always have the main brain with the 2 secondary brains, but the children in the year 2008, they are born in human without the secondary brain influence. Then that would be the infinite gift for the humankind. Then the first person who gives birth to that child, that I hope that first child, that will be your children in a large UE family when you learn in the higher levels. Now, as you have pressure when you ask questions, it is not. It is because your soul is high, controlling your body to ask why. To give the means to all to learn and progress, and also to help your body to learn and progress. This is not anyone who pressure you, it is your high soul that controls your body, that you have to ask, so that your body can learn. Besides your body, you are able to help so many people, all the people in this audience who are learning, who are auditing, more or less 700 of you, they can listen to your questions. That is the means that for you to learn and progress, you need to thank your soul. It doesn't mean that anyone who caused pressure to you. With everything that you ask the new questions, with everything I give you the new means, all of these are the new lessons that you are learning to progress. First, you should thank your soul, and you thank the soul of the high being who help you to give you the means to learn a new lesson so that you are able to apply to help other people. Next question.
I'm going to read the message written by a student. First of all, I would like to say that I am very pleased to be here and to have the chance to learn with you. My 12-year-old son has been in a coma for 3 years due to a road accident. When that happened, I had just started to study universal energy, so I have been transferring energy to him since then. The doctors don't understand how can he still be alive because of all the brain damage. And they also don't understand how can he be recovering from that, but he is very reactive. I believe that Maria Fernanda has asked your master to treat him with the energy. So I want to grab this opportunity to say thank you, Master, for everything. Now, if you allow me, I have 2 questions. First question, is there anything else I can do for my son in this coma situation? Second question, I'm writing a book which I'm sure will help many parents in identical situations. Is there a problem to mention universal energy in that book? Thank you very much, Master, and thank you, Maria Fernanda. Student. The student has 3 questions. She says that she practiced daily, correctly, from the beginning, and in spite of that, 3 cancer patients have died. An old lady with money problem went to the bank to get out her money for the month and was robbed. And she suffers from a chronic and debilitating disease, and she is not better. She asks, why is all this happening, and what should she do? China has no UE school, so isn't it prone to more environmental disasters in spite of our energy transfers? And if you can tell something about female and male homosexuality. And still, Master, a student wants the confirmation of the dates for the application of levels 17 and 18. And how can a woman conceive if she has the eustock tromps medically cut? Is this clear, Vu?
Yes, regarding the date of the level 17, 18, what are you talking about? The date for the next level, 17, 18?
Yes, how can a woman conceive if she has the eustock tromps medically cut? The dates for the 17 and 18 levels.
The next one.
The next one is about eustock tromps.
When you're talking about the level 18 and 17, 18 dates, are you talking about the next scheduled date that she asked?
The dates for the application of the techniques of level 17 and 18. Right?
Okay.
Everybody please mute. There is some noise on the line, so can we please mute everybody's Skype if we're not talking? I think, Sabine, I sometimes heard some noise from your computer again.
Now, through your question, let me answer for you. Now, as you are in the level 18, after the end of the level 18, you transfer energy to the brain. As each day, you transfer energy to all of the location, like in the case of the people with coma or paralysis, you transfer energy 9 times to help your son to recover the nerve. And each day, you merge into your son. Due to your love, you want to save your son, then for sure, slowly you are able to help your son to recover. In a document, as I have read some of the report, very special one, a person who was in a coma for 25 or 23 or 29 years and afterwards recover. In Poland, a person is in a coma more than 20 years. And after he wake up and see the cell phone, is so strange because everything for more than 20 years he didn't know. Now the world has changed. So now, as you know how to use universal energy, the frequency from in the universe, so that you can help. Additionally, with my soul and your soul, can help these people who are handicapped, especially your children. For sure, you are able to help them to recover faster. I hope that you are able to achieve it. Besides the fact of treatment and practicing using the organs of these people, so that you are able to stimulate them. In a way, you are helping them to recover. And secondly, you have the means for you to practice, so you can transform into energy. In the future, you are able to help so many other people that in the case of your son, you will be able to help. Try patiently to practice, to apply. You are able to help your son to regain back to a normal life. In the case, as you write the book, you can write the book. That is your own personal thing. When you share, as your opinion, you want to share about the knowledge of UE. We have one of the model who write a book who also mentioned about UE. When she has the problem with the tsunami in December 2004, everybody died. Supposedly she would die, but first she had the blessing of God. Second, as she knew UE has the effect to help her. Additionally, when I heard the news, I transferred energy as an emergency. In the shortest time, she was able to recover very fast. When she returned home to her family, they could not imagine that she's a model in the last UE family. She was able to fully recover in the shortest time. So now, even if you don't transfer energy, they would die. But you have the blessing as you transfer energy to them. If you don't transfer energy, that person would die, but their soul would not be able to evolve. But when you transfer energy to them each day, the body is so severely sick and the body dies, you cannot save the body. But you are able to save the soul. Through your energy transfer every day, the soul can evolve to return to the deities. And as the transfer energy, they have some, let's say in the case of robbery, it's rather being robbed, or she may be killed. Let's say the robber can shoot her. So with your energy transfer, you are help them. Instead of a major problem, they have a minor problem. If you are not able to help the body, you are able to help the soul. You are able to help in many aspects, because the deity had given to you the ability to contribute to help all of the situations that may happen. Even if you don't help, they may have the problem. Maybe it's worst. Just like when you transfer energy to 3%, if you don't transfer energy, they would die because of a severe problem that they may die. But nobody can save their soul. By destiny, between your soul and their soul, that's why you transfer energy for a shortest time. You are not able to save the body, but the soul are able to return to the light. So you should rest assured on that point. Now you talk about China. I mentioned to you, I'm a Vietnamese. That 25% from my bloodline belong to China. From my grandfather, and also my grandmother was from China. But as I read through the report in terms of the environmental contamination, in the near future, at least 500 or 600 million people would die due to pollution. As you can see, each day there are so many millions of gallons of toxic water in all of the river in China due to all the minefields, exploitation in all of the industries, and all of the electrical industry that are hydro plants. So all of that, the toxic waste, all of the people over there, they work very cheap, and then they work in very unhealthy environment. So there's no way to help the Chinese people. Eventually, you can see right now they have 1.3 billion or more people. But then in the shortest time, perhaps 500-600 million people would die. You can see each time when they have a problem with hydro plants, millions of people died. But in China, they only report 100 casualties. You can see in the case of floods that hundreds of houses are being flooded. Only 100 casualties. Can you believe? Even someone who do not even know, they would not believe. With 100 houses all lost, then the casualties will report it only 100. You can see. At least, I tell you, it has to be at least 10,000 casualties, not 100. But they report to the world only 100 casualties. There are so many cases, and when they died, 500 million, then they cannot hide. In China, the problem with pollution is so dangerous. I do not know why. There's no Chinese who learn not even level 1 with the chakra or open one 30%. There's none. In Hong Kong, we have the student, as I mentioned to you, but Hong Kong now it's almost now linked to China. In the past, Hong Kong belonged to the British, but now the British leave it back to China. A number of you from Hong Kong, perhaps you are lucky as you are learning the high level in UE. So on that is the fate of China. For us, we try to learn and apply. Who knows, we have the ability, we can contribute in many aspects, and we're able to help any countries. Hopefully, with more ability, we are able to contribute. In a way, you have pity for those who are unfortunate, who live in this polluted area, and that may cause casualty in any region, not just in China alone. From my understanding, as I research in the spiritual part on the case of homosexuality, the freedom of choice, that is the freedom of choice in the human world, we cannot interfere. However, the important part is the two souls who met together to combine together in order to contribute with the same objective. That's I'm talking about the soul, not the body. So for that reason, the two souls, they want to combine together, whether they have the same body as a man or a woman, they still love each other. That in the human world we might see it strange, but sometime in the previous generation it happened, but nobody would know. So now from the viewpoint of the spirituality, I know these are the two souls, they want to combine in love, to combine to help as a means to help the family, to help other people. There are so many cases that we have many means to learn, so I don't have any comments whether right or wrong on that. But I know the two souls, they combine together to bring the means for others to learn, to progress. And now, as you can see, I explained for you, the scientists around the world, they research that they can help a male to conceive in the intestine of the male. Perhaps they can have a fetus of 200 grams. So in the case of the woman without the sperm, if, let's say, in 3 or 4 months, that in the case of menopause, or in the case of medical complication, that you may have some problem. If you have the problem with the female problem with the period, and if you are able to conceive, then when it happens, after 3 months, when you discover, and if the blood, the fetus is big, then you need to use a bowl of 14 degrees Celsius, transfer energy for 3 days, 72 hours, and check to see if that fetus is bad. If it is bad, then it does not survive. If it is still healthy, then after 72 hours, you continue on to transfer energy. You will see the changes in the environment, meaning that the fetus is formed into a human. That is from the deities who gave to you, because you don't have the male sperm, and then you have the surgically remove the ovaries. That is in the level 19 in January 2007. I let a number of you to experiment, including the man or the woman, to conceive if they can. Then that would be the infinite gift that God had given to the human world that we volunteer to do first. That is the reason I want to share with you. We will give birth to a child without the male sperm or the female egg. And you are able to conceive by the energy, the light of God's aura. Who knows, at this moment, perhaps in the year 2008, and there is one of the phenomenon, one of the Iwi family, either the man or the woman all together, suddenly they can conceive with a fetus, 200 grams, and when they transfer energy, it's growing to a child, and for sure, that is a child that is from the energy of the deities, not from the human world. That is the future for this year and next year. That through the documents, as you see and you ask question, a number of you who are in level 19 who have been and continue to try to apply. They also pray, if the deities allow for the human world to have a child that is formed from the energy, then for sure the humankind will return to the state of wisdom and enlightenment in the future, just like 200,000 years ago. Now supposedly today we transfer energy, but the meeting in Brussels has been finished. So later on, before 15 minutes before the end of the day, then I will practice with you to practice to travel out to space. Now let you have one question, and then we have a break. Then before the end of the day, then you can practice with me. So now, next question.
Portugal.
Okay. In April, Master, you told us that 10% of the students wouldn't go on, but in the seminar the number grew to 15%. Why the difference? What should be done, what should we do not to be included in this number? What is the technique to overcome panic, stress, traumas? And how many times should we transfer energy at a distance? For hospitals and schools, we know the location well. Thank you, Master.
Now, as you know, as you learn higher, as your soul is reaching higher, but the body did not agree. I have a pity for that. For that reason, I know and I pray. But I leave you to have the freedom of choice. I do not force you to do this. Sometimes I love and I remind you, and sometimes the students, they don't agree, and sometimes they even hate me. But that is not important. The important part is the body agree to do certain things to help other people. This is more important. It doesn't mean that I say it and then you hate me. I don't even pay attention to that. I tell you the truth. I just want to share with you. So if you wish to, let's say, if you are afraid, if you are falling into that 15%, so you try to practice to help people when you feel angry, when you feel sad or trauma or stress, then I help you. Try to practice, to merge with me, transfer energy. Each time when you have stress, just give yourself 5 minutes. Close your eyes. Practice to travel out to space, whether you can do it or not. Whether you travel out of space or you don't, whether you can or you cannot. Then you're able to erase all the stress. If you have a lot of busy schedule, you cannot practice. You don't have to practice. You can just pray to the Soul Master Dang to merge with you 3 times. Then you can erase your sadness, your stress, your problem. If you wish, I can help you with this. However, I advise for you, if you have the time, 5-10 minutes or maybe just 5 minutes, for example. Like right now you are working and you feel discouraged, sad, or emotional. So there's a way for you. This is, I teach you for real. You just go to the toilet, just like you go and sit in there. You are not. No, you just sit in there. You sit in there, just practice for 5 minutes. The thought that you go to the toilet, nobody dares to go in there. This is the truth, I tell you. Anywhere you can practice. Do not think that in a toilet you cannot. I tell you the truth. In a toilet, in your country, in Europe, it is cleaner than the house in other country. As I mentioned, like that, you may laugh, but 40 years ago, among the people in my group, when we go abroad to learn, in my country, they are very they don't know the advancement in Europe. They go to America. When they see the toilet in America, because it's so clean, so they sleep in the toilet because it was so clean. And in my house, in my country, my God, they don't have water, they don't have electricity, they have many insects. Sometimes they just lie and sleep on the floor with all the insects. So you can see, I tell you, the important part is your practice to combine with universal energy. Do not worry about whether the toilet is clean or not, the place clean or dirty. It's not important. If you worry about that, then you have distraction, then you cannot practice whether the place is clean or not. It is only the surrounding. You just close your eyes, you don't even see. And you practice inhale and exhale, and then you are gone. 5 minutes later, then you can clear all of your problems. Then you go back out and you work enthusiastic and happy, and people will like you because you just receive the high energy. When you go out, the people, your friends, your colleagues, they would love and they work well with you. That is my opinion, to help you so easily. And now, when you transfer energy, you transfer energy to the hospital, you do it 9 times because there are so many souls. Not to mention the souls, the high, the low, or the medium. All the souls, they have a lot of problems. When you transfer energy like that, then depending on the soul, they can evolve. For the school, you transfer energy 3 times, that's all. So you don't have a lot of problem that you have to. Sometimes you remember, you do it. They are fortunate on that day if you remember. Sometimes on that day they are not fortunate, and because you forgot, you don't transfer energy. Then on the next day when you remember, another soul will come and you transfer energy, and they are fortunate. So that is the destiny and the fate of those souls, whether they can evolve fast or slow. It's not up to you. It is up to the deities who control you, so you are able to help them in these environments. And also, I advise for you, that's one point I want to remind you. If you really know the jail, the exact location, because the jail is not like the hospital, but in the jail there are many people who may die, who are not able to be liberated, because in the jail there's so many times the people who die in there and nobody took care of them. So for that reason, I advise for you, if you know the exact location of the jail, then you transfer energy to the jail, the hospital, and the jail 9 times. For the school, 3 times. Receive the light of God's aura and send 3 seconds, 3 times to the school to help the health and the learning for the children. And for transfer energy for the hospital or the jail, that is to help the living as well as the dead, in order to help them to have a chance for the soul to evolve. And if you know exactly the cemetery, you can also transfer energy to the cemetery, because there are many souls who are there waiting for to evolve. If you transfer energy like that, in a way you're helping many of the souls. It doesn't mean that you can help any soul. Sometimes when you transfer energy, they are not there. And when you finish, then when you return back, then all of their friends are gone. That's how I explain for you clearly. So in summary, the way that you want to help, whether the soul can benefit or not, that is not as important. Do not worry about when you are in the 10 or 15%. If you try to give a chance for your soul to evolve by the way that you try to help people, after you learn, my God, if a day you don't even practice, one or a month you don't even practice, you just go around to enjoy yourself and partying, living a reckless lifestyle, then when you learn like that, it's a pity for you. That is a 15%, you would not be able to make it to the final, because you don't even practice, you don't even help anyone, you don't even help yourself. Then for sure you would fail. That is, I explained, if you are able to transfer energy, practicing diligently, and now even if you do that, even if you want to leave, I will take you in. I tell you the truth. Even if you want to leave, I will take you in. For the other, you don't even help yourself, you don't even help anyone, then you come in to hurt the other, I will let you go. I don't even ask you to stay. I pray you don't want to stay, then I cannot keep you. So later on, before the end of the day, I will practice with you, and also the pyramid, the 49 centimeter pyramid. Later on, I will transfer energy to them. So now you take a 1 hour break. Okay. At afternoon at 1 p.m. your time, you would benefit from the energy transfer and opening chakras. That is a regular schedule every Sunday. That is for Asia as well as for Europe. So tomorrow, you need to come into the class earlier, before 8 o'clock. If you are late, I still could continue with the energy transfer. So when I close my eye and open chakra and transfer energy, for Asia, you just walk in silently into the classroom if you are late. So tomorrow, we don't have the singing, so we reserve the time. So I try to teach you more hours, so you have the opportunity to learn more, and then you can learn to practice with me, and then you can go back home, you can apply. Hopefully, when you go to the level 19, then I will have either 30 minutes or an hour to sing for you. But this is the level 16, 17, 18. It is very important. I want to reserve all the time to give you a lecture, rather than losing some of the hour for the singing. So that is how I explain for you. So you know. So later today, we would practice to travel out to space. In parallel to that, the big pyramid, the 49 centimeter pyramid, you can place over there. I will transfer energy to the pyramid for you. The 49 centimeter pyramid, I transfer energy, help you, and also transfer energy to the pyramid. So you can bring the pyramid to where you will place. So now in South Africa, you can ask.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm asking the question for one of the students. What is the purpose of Chakra 1, and when will ours be opened? And please teach us how to communicate with our animals. Thank you, Master.
Now let me explain for you. Just like in the recent level 16, 17, a number of you who asked questions about the Chakra 1. In fact, the Chakra 1 is a way that the Yogi Masters all those teachers who talk about the chakras, they use it to explain with the purpose to help you to receive in order to learn to follow on a spiritual path. But in fact, there's no yogi master who can open the chakra 100%. Why? When the chakra 1 is activated, that is a very powerful energy. Your body cannot handle it. And I want to explain for you, in a way, if it is activated, it may drive your soul out of the body. You will be possessed from a spiritual perspective. When you stimulate the chakra 1, you would create a heat, the heat that may cause the damage of the nerve inside the body. So in these two sense, it is very dangerous. But according to the books, I just want to share with you a few points. These yogi masters, they know the mentality of the people who want to learn, who want to have power. So they devise the program of the chakra 1, and they say that you open the chakra 1, you will know everything, but nobody can open it. The chakra 2, you would have the sexual power. The chakra 3, have the chakra 4, chakra 5, chakra 6, for example. You have the ability, many special ability, but in fact that is the yogi master who deceive you to help you to learn meditation. But in fact, they are not able to achieve anything. I tell you the truth. To learn here in UE, we base on the chakra system that is from the past until now. It linked to universal energy. It's not the chakra, but universal energy can also influence the smallest soul or the cell inside your body. Billions of these cells inside your body, they are linked to universal energy. For that reason, I teach you, the deities who taught us, we know how to use universal energy so we can contribute to help the soul of the cells in order to heal the disease. In fact, there's no chakra 1 or chakra 2, chakra 3, but all of the nervous system are linked to the internal organs. These are the nerve and the cell. As they are weakened and they get sick, as we know how to use universal energy, as we transfer energy to this nerve or cell, we are able to help to strengthen them. That is on the part of the chakras. From a medical perspective or scientific perspective, always the scientists who research inside our body, all of the nerve, they have a dual polarity, plus or minus. For that reason, this Eastern physician from the East, they need to balance the yin and the yang in order to establish, to help to heal the disease. If it is too hot, as they will have something to counterbalance the heat. And if the physician who give you too much, then he had to give you some other medicine to counter it. In the case of Western medicine, similarly, how can you help the nervous system to establish that equilibrium, the yin and the yang, in harmony, so all the nerves inside the body, the cell, they are in the order state, then there is no disease. The medicine is to help you to reestablish the equilibrium, not to heal you. As you're taking the drugs and then you eat, and sometimes it is too much yin and then you have to counterbalance. So from UE, it is not the yin and the yang. Even though the energy inside of you, they have the polarity, but all the chemicals that help you to establish the balance, in a way, it would be just like I mentioned to you, in the philosophy of the Eastern medicine, with the yin and yang principle, that is a research from the people from the field of medicine. But for us, we have the energy. Now let's say the cancer virus that may be able to survive at the temperature of 39 or 40 degrees. For example, this is a tumor that the cancer tumor can handle 40 degrees. So you have the combined energy. You can transfer energy to that tumor only 37 degrees. The energy regulates to that only 37 degrees, so they are not able to handle it. They die and they transform to other. If the virus can handle at the temperature at 30 degrees, with the energy you send in is 37 degrees, then for sure this virus will have to change in terms of the cell to adapt to the 37 degrees. So we are using the temperature from the universe to establish and regulate the temperature inside our body. Then we are not getting sick. All of the internal organs inside our body, the reason they get sick, it is because of the temperature, whether it is high or low, that causes a disorder state inside our body that causes sickness. Even though it may not be similar to the way the Eastern medicine practice or from Western medicine practice, but in the simplest way, as I explained to you, in the simplest way, so it is easy for you to understand. That is A, B, C, you understand the formula. The scientists, you understand differently. Eastern medicine, you understand differently. And for those of you who are not in the medical field, you understand in the simplest way. That is to establish the balance in your body by using energy, that you know how to use that energy, the combined frequencies, the combined dimension from outer space to send into your body, to the nerve and the chakra system inside your body, that can help to regain the ordered state, to recover from the sickness. So from the books that they wrote about the chakra 1, in fact, as I know, there is no yogi master who can open the chakra 1, including the Egyptian master 30,000 years ago. The Eastern master 5,000 or 6,000 years ago, none of them can open the Kundalini. As I mentioned to you, one of the yogi master, 60 years of life to practice. Each day he practiced medicine. He practiced yoga for many hours, and he's well known all over the world. He has 80 million people who worship him. From the king to the citizen, the lowest citizen, they all respect this yogi master. And this yogi master, I myself, I open chakra 100% by hand. After I open chakra 100% for him, perhaps the deities love this monk and help him to recover. Supposedly he would die, but now he lived for 10 years. That is at the time, I remember, about 1996 or 97. With a severe sickness, I treat one time. I opened chakra 100% to that yogi master. So now his health, he's stabilized. He lived for almost 10 years. If he died, I would know it, because that yogi master is well known all over the world. So you can see that is one of the fortunate that I share with you in the books. They mentioned that they try to provoke your curiosity as a means for you to learn.
Everybody, I'm going to have to do a quick reboot. We'll be back in 2 minutes with the audio, okay? Hello everybody, please mute Turkey.
Arayın, 2 sefer gelin. Durumunuza göre.
Please mute everybody. Turkey,
başlayın ondan sonra. Nothing yet.
Hassan, we're back. Can everybody please mute?
Okay, I'll mute.
Thank you.
Do you hear me? Do you hear me, Dana?
Yes, Feli, we hear you.
Okay, thanks.
Master's teaching again.
Let me talk about the chakras. You don't have to worry, and you do not need to research or know about the chakra 1. It doesn't exist in the human world for many thousands of years, not just in 5,000-6,000 years. According to the book from the East until now, they mentioned about it. So I never teach you about chakra 1 or the effect of it. That is about the chakras. And for us, the human world need to evolve. We need to try our best to merge, to help the humans to evolve. Then you are able to help the animal. It's not that difficult. Now the human soul is the highest. As the deities can merge, and we are able to merge with deities, we are able to merge to help other people, so that the humankind can evolve higher. So for the animal, it is not necessary to learn. In a case when these animals are sick, in fact, you really love them, but as we are selfish, we do not help them to evolve. They do not know, they do not hate you, but we are blocking their spiritual development of the animal. However, among us, with the animal there's a link. In a way, you are expressing your love toward them, but you understand deeper.
Please mute your phone.
You have the infinite love toward them, meaning you love them, but you love their body, but you need to also love their soul, to help their soul to evolve, just like us. That is my opinion I want to share with you. So it is not necessary to teach you to communicate with animals. We only need to have the telepathic communication among the humans in order to help the humans to evolve. Then, in parallel to that, when it is needed, we are able to help the souls of all the animals around your area so they can all evolve just like yourself. Now, next question.
Spain?
Dear Master.
Feli, you're not talking in the right microphone. Try.
Okay.
Okay, that's right.
In Spain, is that right now?
Yes.
Is that right now? In Spain, we have the terrorist group, ETA. They have threatened to start killing again, to start their attacks once again. Is there anything, Master, that we can do to stop their attacks, to make them change their minds? The second question from the third student. Dear Master, up to now, I thought that my soul was the one that made my character and my personality. But now I wonder why I still keep the same features, the same characteristics I had since the moment I was born. Of course, experience has also made me change a little bit. How come that this is like that? If a new soul comes every time I change levels. And the third question from the first student is, when we pray to your soul, Master, how can we talk to you? Is there a formula? Those are the questions from the student. Thank you, Master.
Now on the first part, let me answer for you. In Spain, as you worry about the terrorist attack, I help you. Many of you, regardless of the level that you are in, you apply the technique that you learn. All of you in Spain, in the region that you thought that they will have the attack, then you can focus and transfer energy to that region. Each day, receive the light of God's aura, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 9 times. And each time when you practice, you transfer energy to your country, you transfer energy to the north, the central, the south, or the east, the west of Spain, for example, all together, all of you. Then for those, the terrorists, they will change their mind, or they don't want to do it anymore. If you love your people and your country, that is a way that you can apply right now, starting from today. You don't have to wait until you get home. I explain for you so you can hear. If you wish to help, this is something you can do. And in the case that in your soul you have seen some of the vision, as I mentioned to you, as some of the soul give you some of this vision to enhance your faith. Sometimes you believe or sometimes you do not. Sometimes you believe more or you lose your faith. That is, your soul know the mentality of your physical body. That's why whenever there's a change of the soul, they let you see some of the vision. but sometimes you don't even believe. However, whether you believe or not is not as important. Whether you believe or not, it is not important. The important part is you know the technique that I teach you, and you apply universal energy to transfer energy here or there to contribute to help all of the people. That will include your family and your personal self. That is a good thing for you. The purpose for you to learn is this. For you, for your family, furthermore, for other people, and in the nearest, the people in your region, in your country where you reside. That is how I explained clearly for you. And for you, yesterday I have taught you already, but you did not pay attention, so today I repeat again. Each time when you pray to my soul to merge with you 3 times, then you can merge to others. During the time when you practice, or during the time that you merge with me or to merge with others, you receive the message that is in your thought. And in your thought, you want, you want to do this or you want to do that. That is my soul to remind you, to come to you. And slowly, as you are used to it, sometime when you are free, then you practice, you pray to my soul to merge with you 3 times, then you receive the message directly from me. And when you merge with me, if you can, then I answer to your question as you ask. Remember, it is only on the spiritual path. From a spiritual path, perhaps I can change direction to other subjects and continue on to enhance on the spiritual path. If you have the free time, I have to choose a time that you are really relaxed. And if you're sitting right here, you pray to my soul, and then you try to communicate, and you do not know whether later on somebody is going to disturb you, or your family members will come to visit you, or your family member will look for you or call you, or you sit here and the phone ring. So all of this distraction, then you totally will not be able to practice. First of all, when you try to establish direct communication with me, except in the case of emergency, in the urgency, when around you all of the disasters or accident, in the urgency, at that time your mind is totally panicked. At that time, I will help you to establish the balance. You only think, you don't even have to pray. You think of the Soul Master Đáng, and I will guide you what to do, where to go, what you have to do, so that you can find safety, and how you can help, or what you can do to have safety. At that time, only my soul control your soul, and directly talk to your body so that you can do it. So this is in the emergency time. Regardless of any urgency time, it's not like catastrophe or disaster in your area. You go anywhere, when you see that it is an emergency, when your mind is completely panicked, just think of Master Đáng, and the Soul Master Đáng will help you. This is, I can do 100%. This is very important. So at that time, that I lend my hand to guide you and save you, so that to bring you to safety, to save your body. Next question.
Another one, Spain.
Master, here in Spain, those who are here in Spain, are we among those fortunate 80% that will continue helping with the energy? The second question from the student is something that the student wants to read to the Master. It says, Dear Master, today I've made the question that I've been made when I was little. Are you happy to be born? People have given me different reasons, and all of them are positive. They say, yes, I'm happy. I never knew why I said, yes, I'm happy to be born. But today, from inside myself, deep down, I can affirm I'm happy to have found the energy, and to know that working in the practice of transforming my body into energy that merging with your soul and God's soul, this is the best gift, because my soul will have the possibility of helping the humanity and fulfill everything I always wanted, I always searched for. I want to thank also yourself, I want to thank you, Master, and I want to thank Dr. Kelvin to contribute that I am here. Because although I'm not here 100%, I know that my body will heal completely and I will fulfill my mission. I trust I'll be in level 19. Thank you very much indeed, Master. This is not a question, Master. I just needed it. I needed to say it. That's it. Thank you.
Through the question and the presentation of the student from Spain, even if you don't want to come in, I will bring you in. Even if you fail, I will try to help you to pass, because from your sincere heart. So for sure, you will never fail. For sure, you are within the group that can help mankind. When from childhood, when you understand that truth, to find that truth from deep inside your heart, then now as a time, as fate and destiny bring you in because of your sincere heart to wish to help people, then from my view as the student present, for sure you will never fail. In fact, you have many blessings that God had given, so you are able to contribute to help mankind. That is how I want to share my opinion to this student, so you can rest assured. So as you can see, if you can understand the precious gift, then you will benefit. It is not in this lifetime, but not just your family in this time, but also in the future. The reason I mentioned to you, because I know a number of people who learn. They come to learn, just to come in, but they don't do it for many reasons. That I don't want to present these reasons. I just mentioned like that. I just pray for these people, not for anyone in particular, so that you need to try to focus, just like this student with a sincere heart, or many of you, so that you are able to do it. The one who benefit the most, it is you, your family at the present time, and your children and grandchildren in the future. And I advise for you, in many questions as you asked for the past few days, in the case of grudges, hatred, angers, in summary, tradition, culture, family, society, the people around you that cause problem to you, that make provoke you to feel sad, discouraged, anger. So all of these cases, you should erase it. If you cannot erase it, pray to my soul to help you to erase it. Or you can sit to meditate, to travel out to space, so you can clear it. Never keep them. You can just let them pass away. Let's say whatever in the past, just let it go. In the future, don't think about it or worry. So you just practice. Then suddenly you feel at ease. I tell you the truth. Nothing is better than that. As you know, the human brain is like this. The case that when you love people, you don't keep, or gratitude toward others, you don't keep. But the hatred, the anger, you keep very, like Master Dang, I keep in my brain for 30 years. You can see, for 30 years, hold grudges, not just 3 years. But once I recognize it, then I clear it. Then I don't keep it in my brain. Because of my grudges, I always keep inside, always remember. So all of these things that are against you, you keep, that is the opposition. That is the ego. But if you practice with your true self, then even if you want to keep this information, you cannot, because the data is cleared away from your mind. That's because it causes destruction for you. as the scientists research about the human brain, one is that you try to do more, overload your brain, you will have stress. For the UE student, we are fortunate that we are able to arrange everything in order. We can do 2, 3, 4, 5 tasks at a time. But from 2 to 5 tasks, what do? You have a clear program to teach, to merge, to transfer energy, to research, to contribute, to help people, to develop on a spiritual path. Now, if you think 10 more tasks like that, your brain is divided to 10 tasks, and you are more brilliant. If your brain, you can do only 1 task, and you try to do a second, a third job in a material way, you would have stress, and you are not successful. My point is, the past, in the case of grudges, hatred, anger, throw it away. Just throw them all away. Don't keep them in your brain. Then suddenly you feel at ease. But if you keep on thinking of this person A, B, or C that causes you to feel sad or anger, you just meditate to pray to the Soul Master Dang to merge with you. Then suddenly the Soul Master Dang will clear them away from you. So you can forget about that. So that your mind will always be pure. That is how you love your body. You bring your true self out so that you can help on a spiritual path and a physical way for 30, 40, 50 years, not 3 or 4 years. If today you listen to my lecture and you serve, you can work for 50 years, at least, regardless of your age, you can even serve 50 more years. I don't know, perhaps now you are 80 years old, you can live to 130, or if you're 60, you can live to 110. It is not to live for you, but you live with your sincere heart to serve people. Then you can do it. I do not want to guarantee that you can live 200 years or more, but I give you a simple example. The calendar, a year with 365 days, and 12 months a year. That is the cycle of the Earth revolution around the Sun. That is based on science. I just mentioned that to you. So if the Earth axis has changed, the axis of the Earth has changed. So supposedly now, right now, with 24 hours a day, but now with your energy, just 1 hour is a day. Then so in a day now, it would be equal to 24 days. So 10 days equal to 240 days, and just 12 days or 11 days, it will be a year. So in the past 10 days would be a year. So in a month, it would be equal to 3 years. So in a month, it would be 36 years. So in 2 years, it is equal to 72 years. Because if the Earth rotation is much faster, just calculating but by the date, so 2 years equal to 72 years. Not to mention that we are living, and we can transfer ourselves into energy, so we go beyond time and space. If we cannot calculate like 12 months in a year and 52 weeks in a year, it's not like that. I just give you the example. The example is real. That's why I want to train you. Whether the Earth change axis a days, only a few hours, whether it's rotating fast or slow, we are still at peace. Just like the pilot on the aircraft, they have to go through many acrobats to handle the G-force, and they're able to withstand it. If you don't train, if you don't have the ability, when you are on the aircraft with the bad weather, then they have to do acrobat, and they are not able to handle it, and you die, and then the passenger will die with you. It is so simple in that sense. I teach you in a very practical and simple way. So if it reaches to that stage, then we are at peace because you have trained already. You are used to it. The Earth rotation is so fast, we don't have to look at it, and just close your eye and practice, and you follow the rotation a few times, and you are used to it. No matter how it rotates, whether it rotates fast or slow, you are able to handle it. From living to death and death back to life, so you are always at peace. I give you a very simple example, and you can live 32 years so easily, not 50. If we reach to that stage, if we're still alive, then we don't say that we live for 72 years, so we can live to 1,000 years. You do not die. Before die, what you live? You live not for pleasure, but you live to help those who have the same ability like you. So I advise, and I also remind you, eventually there will be a billion Master Lương Minh Đáng, and a billion Master Lương Minh Đáng, one person can help 80%, then suddenly you have 80 billion people who live in peace, not just me alone. Now there's only one of me, but as I train you, and there will be many people like Master Đáng, and then there will be millions and billions of Master Lương Minh Đáng to serve the country, religion in all 5 continents. Then I do not make the same mistake of the past. All of us, we don't make the same mistake of the past. That is how I explain for you, so you can understand. Through the presentation of this student, I understand. This student, you will read that 85% of the people who pass and the 15% fail. The moment you change in your mind, you can be in those who pass, because you learn you don't believe. Secondly, you want to lead a life of material. I know, as I go through in life, I know in the material life you cannot get anything, because greed, it is endless. And once you don't want to, then those are the 15% of those who are hang to greed. I tell you the truth. I try to pray. I cannot guarantee 100%. Through the presentation of this student, I confirm to this student, for sure, this student, you will have the higher opportunity, higher ability, because your purpose is to help your country, your people. You will be able to succeed. Next question.
Okay, I will try to translate everything in detail. Hello, Master. I'm very happy to be here in front of you now. I had attended level 16 some time ago, and after I had attended level 16, for the first 3 months, everything was very nice for me. I was extremely happy. I had done the exercise of traveling to the outer space several times, and several times I had lost all the feeling about my body, which you always tried to remind us about. I was very happy at that time. It was a very peaceful period in my life, those 3 months. But after some time, I found myself being sick. Most probably, the reason was that I was in a sensational mood, sensational period, and I was doing some mistake. I was not able to help myself to get rid of those negative thoughts, negative feelings. Since I was 5 years old, I had asthma, and asthma started again and very strongly, and it took a long time that I could overcome it again. For the last 9 years, I had been helping Feride and Hasan to prepare the seminars in Turkey, and I was always able to audit all seminars in Turkey, and I was very happy during that period as well. I was almost like a happy butterfly at that time. But after level 16, after I had attended level 16, in a short time, things started to get worse, as I told you about.
because of the asthma, I had to use cortisone, a lot of cortisone. And now, today, I believe that I had a big mistake. I did a big mistake, and I robbed 15 months of my own life. When I look back today, I don't want to judge myself. I think that all this was necessary, that my body started to get wise. I'm 44 years old. I thought I was grown up, but after I regained my health after this period of sickness, I found out that I had a lot of, I did a lot of mistakes to be so heavily, badly sick. Now today I'm with my friends again, and I'm very happy I'm in front of you. You are always telling that only human can help humans, or human. But I want to add something. I also want to remind my friends here that only somebody, oneself, can do such a big mistake and harm himself, but no other being can do that. You are telling us that if we can do the exercise of traveling to the outer space, to the spiritual space, we will get rid of all our health problems, and that we will not be sick very easily in the future. I think that I was able to do the exercise a few times, but after that I still was heavily sick. Can you tell me what the reason can be? Maybe I couldn't do the exercise well, or I did some other mistake. Can you explain it to me, please? Thank you very much.
Through the presentation of the student, as you learn for 9 months, 9 years, as you come to learn UE, whether it is 10 years, 13 years, or 15 years, Master Lương Minh Đáng in front of you, I learned for 34 years. I've been teaching for 18 years, and I'm still hung to tradition, culture, family, society that still block me. My body cannot go beyond the grip of tradition, culture, society, family, including Buddha at that time. He got also stuck, including Jesus Christ at that time. He also got stuck. As people who look for them and torture them. Buddha, when he was preaching, there were many people who opposed him, including his father as the king, who did not accept him. So you can see how much suffering they had to go through. So as you can see for the past few days, as I mentioned to you, if we are stuck by tradition, culture, family, society that causes us to feel suffering, sadness, you remember yesterday I have taught you clearly, first, you should thank your soul. Second, thank those who cause problem to you, that cause you to feel discouraged, sadness. Why? Because your own soul used these people to give you the most difficult lesson in order to learn and evolve. If you recognize that you can overcome the difficult trial, including sickness, if because of your emotional sickness and you keep them, your sickness is prolonged. If you can clear all of the anger, emotional, do not be influenced by tradition, culture, family, society that cause destruction to you. It seems like your eye don't see, your ear don't hear. In a way, in your heart, you are always at peace. Then your true self would come to you. Then you can clear all of these things. In theory, as I teach you, it is so easy. But to put into practice, it's so difficult. Because it is so difficult to put into practice, that's why we have to learn the difficult lessons. If we know it is so difficult and we think that it is so easy and doesn't affect you, then you always keep that peace. Your true self will appear that can clear everything, sickness, all of the problems. I explained for you. I'm no exception, but I'm fortunate that the deity is always close to me to remind my soul and my body. So as I'm standing, I am standing still. But our body, we are not perfect. We are the physical body around us. Everything is in a physical world. That's why we cannot go beyond this physical boundary. But our soul is not influenced by the material. Therefore, our soul has the ability to solve, to help your body to overcome all of the trial that you face, as you had mentioned. So now, if you know it, you can sit down, you think, the sickness, you practice to merge with me. With all of the other cases, I advise you, you spend 15 minutes to 30 minutes. As you talk to your soul, to confess to your soul, then you remember everything. All of the positive or negative, all of the problem with tradition, culture, all of the people near or far, all the people around you, do they cause problem to you or not? Then you don't say that you can clear your sin, but in a way you are thanking the deities as your soul because of this trial, these people that cause problem to you. In a way they help you with a lesson to learn. If you understand my lecture as I teach you in theory, if you can put into practice, then for sure you can clear everything. Additionally, in terms of your worries, it affects your physical body greatly. Within your boundary, within your ability, you can worry if you can. But if it's beyond your ability, then don't worry, because even if you worry, you cannot do anything. One of the most difficulty for us, if you worry, you cannot do anything. That is the psychological sickness that you have. Not to mention, since you cannot do anything about it, and you cause problem to your spouse, your parents, your children, all of those, you bring them into that suffering. They are innocent, they don't have anything to do with it. Whatever you have done, you cannot solve, and even if you solve, it is you yourself you solve it. But how come you bring all of the others, your loved one, your family, and they are innocent? And you do that, then suddenly you cause more problem, and you are not aware of it. You thought that you can do that so that you can help person A, B, or C. You are not even helping the person A or B or C, but these people, they are in worse situation, and you are even worse than them, because all of these worries, and then you cause others, you're going to bring them all in to that same worries. So the one you want to help, you cannot. These people will be drawn by all the wandering soul, and they will be always suffering. In that scenario, I know the mentality of this student. I want to share with this student. When I say like that, only this student would know, no one else know, but because I know, my soul know. I just remind like that, then the body and the soul of this student, you recognize it. That is my special way of teaching. I teach to one that one person would know, nobody else would know. I tell you the truth. Master Dang doesn't teach you like this, but the soul Master Dang teach you like that. And if you understand and you know, as I remind your soul, I remind your body, then tomorrow suddenly you can cure your asthma. So in that way, if you understand, then that is on the first part I answer for you. So now, for you, you spend the time to help people and you still think like that. But if you don't spend the time to help on the center, then by now, perhaps you would not survive. So rest assured, as you are now in level 18, try to practice, to travel out to space, to merge, to help a person, to merge with my soul, so your soul can merge to help another person. Then all of your sickness you can clear. And you need to thank your soul, to thank those around you, to cause problem to you. You thank them so you can clear. As you thank, and suddenly you clear. And if you don't thank them, then you keep them in your brain. And you keep them in your brain, and you are the one who suffer the most, not others. It is so difficult. It's so difficult. I show you the formula. And you can do it. Then suddenly you feel at ease. Now go on. Next question.
Okay, I have to reboot again. I have some computer problem.
Раз. Раз. Да, я знаю. Дорогой мастер Данг, нормально. Я хочу вас поблагодарить за прекрасный семинар, который вы организовали. Но у меня есть несколько вопросов, пожалуйста, ответьте. Так, вопрос у меня есть такой. Алтарь человечества, как там будут все религии совмещаться в нем и как он будет вообще функционировать? Алтарь человечества. Как он будет функционировать? Так, второй вопрос. Вы рассказывали, что когда человек, значит, подходит к своему пределу, должен иметь в кармане $2000 на погребение. Значит, в Древнем Риме были такие случаи, когда люди уходили из жизни, значит, растворившись в воздухе. Можем мы своей помощью энергии этот вариант изучить? Ну, и у меня еще есть один вопрос, значит, такой, немножко скучный вопрос о самоубийцах. Значит, у христиан принято так, что человек, который покончил свою жизнь самоубийством, он, значит, не отпевается и его закапывают за кладбище. Значит, человек, когда уходит из жизни, даже самоубийства, в нем присутствует душа, а душа часть Бога. Значит, он уходит, видимо, в согласие Бога. Почему тогда церковь этот порядок не просматривает и его не отпевает? Вот все у меня.
Dear Master, first of all, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity we have and thank you for organizing such a wonderful seminar, such a great seminar. And I have 3 questions. My first one is regarding mankind altar. You said that all religions will be united in this mankind altar. Could you please explain how would this be possible? How will it function? How would mankind ancestor altar would function? How would all religions of the world be united in the mankind ancestors altar? Secondly, you said that in order to die, to leave this world, a person should have $2,000. Well, in ancient Rome, from what I know, there was some people had opportunity, had a possibility to dissolve in air when they were dying. They were not dying, but dissolving in air. Could we somehow use universal energy to study and maybe to follow that model? That's key. And the third one is regarding those people, third question is regarding people who commit suicide. In Christianity, such people, no rituals are performed for such people. They are not taken to church and they are not allowed to be buried at the cemetery together with other people. At the same time, we know that the soul is a part of God, it is related to God, so we could assume that if a soul leaves a body, it does so with the permission, with an agreement of God. If so, how come why church does not accept that? Why does it do differently? Could you please explain us? Thank you very much, dear Master. Be happy to hear your answers.
Through this question, as you present, let me answer for you. From the past until now, from my understanding, 200,000 years until now. From the time the master from Atlantis, they had the ability, they returned back to God. The humans, we did not have that level of wisdom enlightenment, very limited. Then you know who worship the ancestor. You know that at the present time, in your own country, your soul, in your journey in the past, are you now in this country or in this region? I'm talking about your own life from the time when you were young. Now everything has changed, meaning that your soul has been sent by the deities who chose your body to contribute to help mankind, so it goes through the changes. My point is, the ordinary soul in the past, that you and me, when we were young, there were so many races in the world. Many of them are erased from the map of the world through the floods, not to mention the conquer from one country to another. And among them, that is my country, Vietnam. They invade one of the country and completely erase the whole country from the map. They conquer another country. I do not want to say what country. In the history of my country during the past 3 centuries ago. So you can see, people never think of this people that are erased. Secondly, my country is small, with 1,000 years war with China, and with 3 centuries with war with other countries, that they constantly had war, whether they have war or they rebuild the country. Many people who came to Vietnam and sacrificed their life, they were all forgotten. Nobody think about them. There were so many of the Allied soldiers who went to Europe, the First, Second World War, who sacrificed their life. Nobody remember about them. All the ancestors in many lifetimes in the past, that now the descendant of these ancestors, but now nobody remember them. Therefore, on earth, there were so many souls who are wandering. They are not able to evolve. They are not able to follow the path, and they are in suffering. That is how I want to share with you. Nobody remember or worship them. For me, many lifetimes, I was everywhere. Perhaps I'm different than many of you, because my body is also nurtured by food, nutrients, the gene from my ancestor who formed the body of Master Lương Minh Đáng at this time in this country. But my ancestors in the past, they were not like me. They were from one country, from one race, and then they came to Vietnam, and they lived, and then they develop and give birth to descendants, and among them is me. It is not that I'm saying that I'm a soul from far away who can come down here without the first time, without any names. But as I analyze for you, who worship these ancestors, all the people in the world, we all want our ancestors, when they die, we want their soul to return to Nirvana, to return back to God. They prayed, but they don't do any rituals. You need to have the right ritual in the same way for material as well as in a physical or spiritual. They don't have any right ritual, so how can you really help this soul? For that reason, for the first time in the human world, I'm more fortunate that God and the deities give me and allowed me to build the altar from mankind ancestors, so that I can worship for all of them, because we are all children of God. Our soul are part of God, but our physical body in human form. All of the soul who pass away in the human form, then I worship them without any discrimination of their religion or their race. I respect them and worship them. That is how we show our gratitude. During the past 18 years of my teaching, I helped so many souls to evolve and to help to clean the air without the presence of many of the wandering souls. They are still around. There are so many souls of the unknown soldier who do not reincarnate because they died in vain. Therefore, the deities show me many formula to practice, to guide you, the antenna model in a way. From a scientific perspective, we are neutralizing the powerful energy from outer space, and we're able to help to cleanse the air without the presence of the wandering soul, and we help all of these wandering souls to return back to the deities, so that we are establishing the social order in the human world without the problem due to the presence of the wandering soul in your region. And there are many other aspects. When we talk about the souls on earth as we worship, there are so many of them. But slowly and gradually, when I receive the message from the deities, when the deities who teach me whatever I can carry, and I do it, for sure, the deities who can see further and guide me so I can carry out to prepare. So when this event happens, then we are all prepared in order to contribute to help. That is the reason that I built the mankind ancestors, including the unknown soldier, whether they're the man or the woman. Those are the people who contribute to help mankind to evolve. Until now, we have peace. We forgot about their sacrifice. There were so many soldiers from the moment, whether we have the war, whether they contribute directly or indirectly to help the humankind until now today. Whether one of the honorary soldier who protect his own country, but they're all forgotten. Through time, they were all forgotten. They have the descendant, the family, but then after 3 centuries, nobody remember them. So who worship them? Who pray to them? Not to mention about those who are in the country that are erased from the map of the world. So where can this soul live? So everywhere they go, they would cause problem to this region in many ways. Even though we cannot see them, but this soul can influence the human world. In a material way, I help you to have peace. Spiritually, I want to help all of the wandering soul to evolve. Whether this the soul of the ancestors, or the soul of the unknown soldier, or the soul of the civilian, we pray so that we can clear, to have the clean air without the presence of this wandering soul that may influence the human world. For the first time in the human world, Master Lương Minh Đáng received the message from the deities to build the two. First, the altar of mankind ancestor. Second, the monument of unknown soldier, those who contribute to help mankind. From the first time, the first person who died for mankind. And also in the future, it doesn't mean that it stops here. That is the reason I built the altar for mankind ancestors, or the monument of unknown soldier, and a number of countries. And in Iran, they had built one similarly to the one in Australia and other countries. That's how I share with you how come I built mankind ancestor and the monument of unknown soldier. I also received the message. I prepare everything for you to take care of the wandering soul first, to take care of your ancestors, you can see, and then take care of the soul of the soldier, the soul wandering soul, that do not have any resting place. In a material way, I help, and spiritually, I help all the souls. So I do everything. I have prepared. Prepare here, meaning to prepare for a new human, the new world, all the new changes. We have to change the environment with the clean air, without the presence of the wandering soul that may cause some influence to the social order in the human world. I explained for you the reason I built the altar for mankind ancestors. And now, I tell you, I hope that in a decade of the 21st century, the second decade of the 21st century, you and me, we are able to do it. As we do this, we don't die. Just like in the past, the people in Atlantis, they had done so already. Now we are regained back to that stage. In the past we did it, but we were not able to merge. We would not help to merge to anyone. But now our body is not transformed into energy completely, but our soul, we are able to merge to another people. Only when these sorcerers who have the ability, they can send the soul to possess the body of another person. But you are not a sorcerer. I'm not a sorcerer. How come our soul can merge into another person to help that soul to evolve, to help the body to cure from sickness? It never exists in the human history. But now if it happens, then the unknown soul that are here sent by the deities, sent to you and sent to me, all of us. So we can do this. If the soul from the past until now, I could not do it, we all totally would not be able to do it. We could not even merge to the living, not to mention about merging to the dead. So you don't have to worry. And I also remind you, if you are not able to practice so your body can transform into energy, for any reason that your body died, you have to prepare. Prepare so that who your soul will merge to in the next time. So you can help the soul to evolve, and you can borrow that body to continue on your journey, to contribute to help mankind. That is how I share with you, so you don't have to worry about that fact. Slowly, within this year, you will be able to learn the level 19. When you have a chance, you will be able to learn the level 20. And then in following sessions, you will have more ability, more techniques, so you can apply to practice. And with our purpose is to contribute to help others to evolve. The more important part is in the level 20. In level 20 here, it will be just like the sincere heart of this student. Then with that sincere heart you can help. If you learn at level 20, when you go back home, you are lazy, you don't practice, you don't do anything after you learn, and you go back home and you throw away your diploma, and you listen to Master Dang lecture for 5-7 days, and then you go home, you forget everything, you just live for yourself, you forget everything else, then how can you do it? Then for sure you would not be able to do anything. People can do it, but you cannot do it. Now, if you are a Christian, what does Jesus Christ teach us? The Virgin Mary, what does she teach us? Only 4 things. Love, compassion. God did not tell that the people who commit suicide and they're not allowed to be buried. But Jesus said, all of you, if you are the devout Catholics, if you love others just like Jesus, you love the good as well as the bad. Those who are suffering and commit suicide, how come you don't love them and then you drive them out and you don't do the ritual for them? Jesus did not teach you this. Only where is the love from Jesus? Where is the love from Mary? You forgot about these 4. Jesus and Mary only teach you this. Only these 4 words. That is very important for you in your heart. In fact, I don't know much about the Bible, but I only learned 4 words. Whatever they teach, whatever that means, always Jesus and Mary teach us. Always you need to love all others. Love others just like you love yourself. That is the teaching of Jesus for his followers and also for the humankind. Then where do you keep these 4 words? Would you say that they commit suicide and leave them outside, don't bury them, and they follow the Christian for all of the journey, and then suddenly they commit suicide and then you abandon them? And then how can you preach? Who will listen to you? You preach everything and they commit suicide and then you abandon them. In a way, you don't listen to Jesus or Mary. Jesus and Mary did not forbid this. They love everyone. In the Bible, I see there's one saying, you love all others, the sinful people. That is the path of Jesus to teach all of the Catholics. And I do not know why they have all imposed many of these rule and regulation. Jesus and Mary love all. We have to love them and help them because they have stress. Nobody help them. We cannot help their body. Then help their soul. At least you need to bury the body. Now what do you do? Let's say they follow Jesus and they feel discouraged and they commit suicide and you throw them away. The fact that I want to share with you with that mentality, then where is your love? Where is your compassion? So there's nothing you can do. Do you see anything Jesus that forbid you from this? Jesus did not forbid you to get married. He did not forbid you. In the Bible, He did not forbid you to get married. So now you can see, for the recent years, because of that forbid, and that's why many of these priests, they do many of these scandals. They could not hide. If it would be just like a preacher, they can marry, then there's no problem. Many of these preachers, they can still preach and they still have a wife, but the priest, you forbid them to get married, then he does many bad things and cause many scandals all over the world. You try to hide 1 year, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, you cannot hide. Because when they feel so sad, and then many of these priests, they commit suicide. If you let them marry, then he would not have that problem. So that now, if they try to change it, it's too late now. I can see that I want to analyze for you. If you believe in Christ, if you believe in Mary, then you have to love all the living creatures, all the humans. You love the animals, and the dog died and you bury, but the human is more precious than the animal, and you don't allow to do the ritual. But in fact, the soul, without you do the without the ritual, the soul would go. If the body, if someone do not bury another with bury, if you leave them to rot, the government will have a way to bury the body. So you can see it is so difficult. And for that reason, the deities have to be in here, in this world, as a nobody, without any name. Nobody can recognize them. You, it is you, me, all of us. The soul of the nobody who never been on earth. So nobody would have any discriminate. If you say that you are the being A or B or C, and especially when you touch the religion, they will kill you fast. So now you are the unknown soldier with no names. Then you are not touching anyone. But this soldier, you have the ability that God had given to you to help all the people. So that is a human who can help the human, and that's all. In that way, you don't have to worry, you don't have to fear. Next question.
Здравствуйте, дорогой мастер. Я по образованию медик, и очень часто ко мне обращаются за помощью. С помощью техник универсальной энергии я получаю много хороших результатов. Вот 2 примера только я расскажу. У знакомых родился ребенок с опухолью на спине. И предложили операцию. После передачи энергии 7 дней опухоль рассасывается. И вот на днях обращается женщина перед родами с другого города. Состояние шейки матки очень плохое и предлагает кесарево сечение. Работаю по универсальной энергии 3 дня, и роды безупречные. Даже врачи были в шоке. Вот очень хотелось бы помогать женщинам, которые не могут забеременеть и очень хотят иметь детей. Есть ли техники на 18 уровне вот по этому поводу? И очень хотела получить технику на непорочные зачатия, но по ответам предыдущих вопросов поняла, что еще не пришло время. Еще вот на более низких уровнях я очень много приводила студентов в школу универсальной энергии, а сейчас вот не могу. Чем даже это объяснить, не знаю. Не могли бы объяснить вы? Вот сейчас ученые, исследователи мира очень много средств и времени тратит поиски затонувшейся Атлантиды. Если мы были атлантами, сможем ли мы им помочь? То есть вспомнить местонахождение затонувшейся Атлантиды. Я, конечно, понимаю, это только материальная сторона, но вот хочется помочь вот этим ученым. Спасибо.
Пархадик, Испания попросила чуть почетче переводить. Хорошо в линию?
Ладно. Сами бы они чуть почетче переводили. Dear Master, I'm a medical specialist. And oftentimes, thus people come to me asking for universal energy help. I'm using universal energy techniques to transfer energy, and I seem to have good results. And she gives 2 examples. There was a case when a child was born with a tumor on the back. Doctors were proposing surgery, that the only way would be for the tumor to be surgically removed. I was transferring energy for 7 days to the child, and the tumor disappeared. Doctors were surprised. Or another case, when a lady had difficulty with the delivery, and doctors were telling that only Caesar section is possible. I was transferring energy for 3 days, and the delivery went naturally without any complications. The doctors were surprised. One way or the other, it turns out that I'm working very much. I'm facing many cases when people are pregnant or related to newborn babies. Thus, I know many ladies who would like to have children but cannot get pregnant. Could you please tell something more about this? How can I help in this situation? What could I do, or what could I advise them? Secondly, if possible, I would like to learn this about this technique of immaculate conception, conceiving a child without using male sperm. But from previous answers, from what I heard during this seminar, it seemed to me that maybe time didn't come yet. Could you please tell more about this? Thirdly, could you please explain the reason why, if previously I was able to bring many people to universal energy, many new students were coming to school of universal energy through me, it's not so many nowadays. And last, maybe out of curiosity, I know that scientists are spending a lot of time and effort and money in search of that lost Atlantis continent. I know that it's only part of the material world, that it might not be as important, but for some reason, I guess, there is a desire in me to help those scientists. So could you please advise us, if we are the souls who have been living in Atlantis 200,000 years ago, maybe there is some way how we can revive that knowledge in us and help scientists to find Atlantis where it was previously, where it was the Atlantis. Thank you very much.
Through the question and presentation from this student, and I will answer for you. Unfortunately, that the scientists who spend the time and effort to research only in the theory, and you are able to apply in order to help, so that you can combine the theory and the practice together. So both you are able to help mankind a lot. But as you know, you are in the field of science and medical science, you know more, especially for those of you who are physicians. The founder of medical science had reminded all of you, the physician, when you graduate from the medical school to help mankind, beside the conventional medicine at the present time, if there are a complementary medicine that can help to promote health, to help others, you should learn to integrate to help. That is a message from the founder of medical science. For all of you who graduate medical school, you make a vow. And a number of you who do it correctly, you follow it. And you have everything. Among these people, that just like this student who mentioned, and a number of you, the physician who are also UE practitioner who knows how to use universal energy to contribute as a complementary tool to help medical science with more results in many aspects to heal the sick. But there are many people who are against it. They thought they are the top, they thought they are the expert. People without their credential, they don't listen. When they are sick, they look for these people, and by the time we arrive, they died. You can see. This is the fact that you yourself, you are from the medical field. You yourself, you are applying using universal energy. You don't see, but you apply, you see a result. So, what do you think? So, regardless of whether you give up or you keep, they cannot do anything because they have spent a lot of time and effort to learn medical school, and they practice for many years. They thought that they are the experts, but then, my God, there are billions of the nerves in the human body, they cannot fully learn. But because of the ego, these are the soul from Atlantis, they are returning back. They look low on other people. That is why God had taken them back 200,000 years ago. They come back and with the same mistake they cannot avoid. So in the future, how can you help them? You think that you know, you really know, you may be an expert in your own field of profession, but beside that, you do not learn, you do not know. And as you do not know, how can you help people? It does mean just like this student, as the physician, as a number of the physicians who are also learning UE, you are applying as a complementary tool to help the field of medicine. It will be much more better. But that is the freedom of choice for everyone. So there's nothing we can do. That's how I explain for you. So through the question from this student, I answer for you. In the field of medical science, when they see with their eyes and they think that they can have a surgery and you treat for only 7 days and you can make the tumor disappear, they look at it and see it, but they don't believe. If they believe, then they spend the time and effort to learn, but they don't. These are the physicians. What are the physicians? The role of the physician, which is to love people, to help people. You are just like the parents of these who are sick. But then you learn less. But then when you see this situation and you just let them die. So you only express your love in a limited sense because of your ego and your selfishness. That's why you thought that you are the expert, you are better than others. That is one of the mistakes. So that I show you one of the story in my own family. My sister, you know what level she is in? Only level 3. The level 3 in academic school. Perhaps only the 2nd grade, not even because my sister I know, because poor, she doesn't have money. But she raised all of her children, she know all of the medication. So her children became the pharmacist whenever they got sick, and I call her to ask her for the prescription. And also one of her children is a doctor, a professor in a medical school, practicing medicine and become a professor in medical school. She knows inside her, she said that she knows she has a problem. She said that she had problem with her intestine. He said that's no problem. He said he's a doctor, he's a professor. He said there's no problem. He said that if you bring me to the hospital tonight, I die. So if she went, he thought that he diagnosed and there's no problem. But when they brought in, she had to go into emergency with the surgery. If they are late, then she would die. In Australia, over here, one of the doctor, and who called back and then to yell at the physician, and he said that he diagnosed and there's no problem. But if he did not listen and to put her in the hospital, now she would die 6 months ago already. That is my own sister who came to Australia to tell me that is one of the problem. And he's an expert, but he's only ear and throat. He's an expert in ear and throat, but he doesn't know anything about the intestine, so that's why. His specialty is in ear, throat, and nose, but not the intestine. So if it is related to the ear and throat, that's why he thinks that there's no problem. But my God, and she raised all of them. She knows all of the medicine. That she doesn't speak French, but she knows all of the name of the medicine. She talks just like a French, but she doesn't know how to read. That is my own sister. That is how I share with you an advice for you. In the case of this student in the medical field, if you research, for sure you can contribute a lot to help. There is a love from one of the kind medical staff that you wish to help the sick people, but you have to understand all of the people in the world, as they spend a lot of time and effort to learn, and if they take side, perhaps their colleagues may laugh at them. That is why they suffer. Just like in reality, the scientists, as they research about the cells, about the ovaries, about the sperm, in order to conceive, that is all they learn. And then you tell them to learn like this. If you want to conceive the sperm, the eggs, and then how they can help, the formula is the same, and as they teach. And they said that the woman without the sperm and still conceive, and the other say that they can, and then they argue. One say that they can, one they argue. And when they talk about the subject of the Virgin Mary 2,000 years ago without the sperm, then she can still give birth. Then they cannot argue. If they argue, for sure they would be in trouble, because the Catholics believe in Jesus and the Virgin Mary. They cannot say that that is wrong. If they say this wrong, then they would lose their license. And if they say it is correct, they feel angry. So they have to accept to the higher one, and you try to oppress the lower one. That's how it is, the hierarchy in the human world. So if you want to help, you cannot. I have helped those who are powerful. They listened his wife, and then he died just by taking the drugs. Even if I want to help, I cannot. 2 cases, one of the billionaire and one of the powerful people in the government. They don't listen to me. They listen to the family and his spouse, and then he died. So that is their own fate. But to this question, I hope that this student, in the future, perhaps you can contribute more in the field of medicine, and using UE as a complementary tool to help all of the people who are suffering with sickness, only in the way of the 2 problem that, as you mentioned. And so you can see that your sincere heart, the teaching of UE, what is the effect of it. So for that reason, there will be a change of the body and the soul. Only in that way you can completely help people, because it is so difficult to convince people. Just like when I teach, when I go to help people, especially the people, the Baptists, when they look at my face, they do not like me. They think that I'm evil. And then God is very clever. the preacher who take care of 6 church in America. He had a car accident. He has a bone fracture. I treat for only 7 days, and he drive me around. And he came up and to introduce. He said that this master, he had an accident. Supposedly he could not walk. And then I'm far away. I come to California and treat for 7 days. And then all 6 churches, all the people that follow me, in the beginning when I come in, they all disrespect me. They think that I'm an alien. They follow me because all of them, they are sick, and they ask me to heal. And I keep on saying that tomorrow, and then I leave. I don't treat them. That was in the past, 15 years ago. So there's nothing I can do. That's how I want to share with you my experience. Why? So that I advise, no matter how expert that you can be, you need to learn the lower one. Sometimes this lower information can help you to overcome the difficulty, the problems, that you are not aware of it. You thought that you are a top expert. You said that you're a top expert. These are the lowly people. You don't need to teach them, to learn from them. You are afraid to lose your name, your fame. And if you are afraid to lose your name, then you accept to die. That is how you suffer. That is how it is in the human world. Those who are powerful, you are afraid of them. Even they say wrong, you have to follow. And for those who are below you, you are oppressing them. That is the mentality of the human world. So as this student, you ask the question, how you are able to help people to conceive? You can with the condition that both the couple try to learn UE in a higher level. You can transfer energy to each other, then perhaps you are able to achieve through this. One of the story in France, in Europe, this couple who are doctors, and they are my students, and they have 2 friends, and this couple, they are experts who help people to follow the right diet and the method to be able to conceive. Except for these 2 couples, you help others to conceive, and they're healthy and they're still young, but they're not able to conceive. They can help others, but cannot do it themselves. So when they asked for opinion, and then one of their friends said that they learn UE, and then explaining that the master explained, if you learn to level 5, then you're able to conceive. They did not believe in that. This couple did not believe, but they want to conceive. They just try to learn it for fun. So they learn for fun. When they get to level 5, and each they transfer energy to each other, and they were able to conceive. So when they conceive, when they research, the sperm is so weak without the energy. So that's why after they learn UE, the sperm is stronger and was able to conceive. That is one of the incidents in France. In Australia, my own family, my own nephew is a doctor, a specialist, and to conceive, to follow, to be able to conceive, they have to spend the money. So he asked my opinion. I just joke with me, because as I'm the uncle in the family, he said that they want to conceive, and they don't know why. They just try to test me. I just say that if you both want to, then you both come here. I asked the husband and wife, you want to have another baby? They said that they want to another one, but to spend another $1,500 to be able to. They did not learn UE. I just told them to sit here. I open chakra for both of them. I transfer energy to the husband and the wife. And then in the beginning of the month, I did it. And at the end of the month, they called me and said that I'm pregnant. They don't have to lose the money. So now the child is 10 years old. I asked if you want to have another one. They have two children because they don't have time to take care of the children. So I share with you of the story from outside and also inside my family. There is the means I want to help you, so you have the experience. You learn to help other people. It is not that I give you the example from outside and inside my family to share, to force you to learn. To me, I do not. If you want to learn, then I show you. If you don't, then I do not force you to come to learn. So I advise this student You can advise to your friend to try to learn EV. The higher level you have more power, more energy, then they're able to conceive easily. I do not want to say 100%, but at least through the journey, a number of you who learn, you achieve 85 to 90%. If you learn to higher, perhaps you can achieve it 100%. Come back to the point. As I teach in the beginning of the year 2007, I allow a number of you level 19 students to research. And the woman also research without the male sperm. It's time to receive the light of God's aura and transfer 3 seconds to the uterus 9 times. After practicing to see what the result with the condition, as I had mentioned to you this morning, if suddenly you lose your period, then you need to use a bowl to see whether it is real or not. If it is just blood, then perhaps in that blood, it's just like a fetus, then that's why you keep in a bowl for 14 degrees Celsius. Then you transfer energy to that. Each day you transfer energy in 3 days. If that blood is still alive, the fetus, as you transfer energy, it will start to grow. Then, when it starts to grow, then you have to inform the medical people so that you continue on to transfer energy so that the infant can grow. If some of you can do it, that will be the infinite asset, that gift God has given to you all over the world. People will praise you because you will be the first woman that through the energy that you are able to give birth without the male sperm. That is, I show you the method that you are able to conceive without the male sperm. So you listen carefully as I answer, and I also explain for you, and I'll show you the technique. If you wish to conceive, you can practice like that. If you are fortunate, the humankind is fortunate, we are able to achieve. The most fortunate is whoever, the first lady who can give birth without the male sperm. In the case of learning, you don't have to worry. Your purpose to come to learn is to help people. These people, if they want to learn or not, it is their own fate. You know, when you treat them, when they get healed, they will respect you, they come to learn. Sometimes they don't want to learn, don't worry. You should worry about the fact that you learn higher, when you have more condition. At that time, I think that you don't have the time to help people to learn, or you don't have the time as they come to help to heal them. First of all, those of you who are the medical staff in Russia, and now you want to discover Atlantis, I show you this technique. Your soul, we're all from Atlantis. Now, for those who are researchers, you come to see them, especially in your country. Sit there and talk with them. They say that in their discussion, they said they want to locate the Atlantis continent. You can give them your opinion with the condition that you see them in person. At that time, you ask my soul to merge with your soul. Whatever they ask you, answer. Whatever they ask you, answer. And you answer very clearly. Then, based on your information, they can research. Just like in Egypt, I don't know anything. 50,000 years ago, how do I know? But then how come I know the first ruler where the master, they thought that it's a man, how come I know about the goddess Nut that she want to develop spiritually, and these masters try to take away her throne, and she feel discouraged and she died. I do not know this for sure. How do I know this? But when I present like that, then I look back on many of the texts that it was written in Egyptian. The text, I cannot read this text that it was written 50,000 years ago. If you are in Spain, if you know, in Spain, in the 90s, about 1993, 94, I came to the southern part of Spain to teach. At that time, there is a temple that the people who the keeper of the temple, nobody can go in because the position that was a sacred prayer ground for the king. On that day I walk in, nobody can walk in because that is a place that where the king and the priest to meditate and pray, including the queen could not go in. Only the king and the priest can walk in to pray. But before you walk in, when you go in, it is forbidden because it is blocked. The sacred ground for the prayer for the king and the priest. I was fortunate. One of the students was the keeper of that sacred ground. He said he would take me in. You know, when I walk in, I myself I feel strange, awkward when I do it. Supposedly you walk straight into the there's so many pillars, and when you walk in, there's two row of pillars. Instead of walking in here, I do not walk straight into I was step 2 or 3 steps, and I turn left, and then I go straight to the 6th step. I turn right. I keep on changing from one pillar to another, and then I go into the sacred, and then I go take a round and go into the sacred ground. I see it so awkward. How come I don't walk straight? I have to walk around. I feel very ashamed because at that time it was not Master Dang. At that time somebody had merged into me. I tell you the truth. At the end, after I walk in, when I see the position of the priest who will sit to meditate with the king at that time, then when I walk out, I said that in here I knew that in the past when I meditate, they said inside the circuit, but there's nothing. But when I look up, I see and I know everything. I show the student. At that time, afterwards, there's some of the priests in the region. These priests who came back and asked that 6 p.m. so they can see me, so they can visit to see me, because in that sacred place there is because the church is inside that temple. And I look. As I look, I said, over here there's 194 chairs. I just said, they said only 193. He said no. I said to count again. When they count, it's 194. I do not know. I just said, I just tried to guess. I do not know. They all say that 193, and I say 194. So when they count again, it's 194. So I explained for them to learn my student. But after when I left, they want to see me at 6 o'clock, but 5 o'clock I go to the train to go to Madrid, to go to Paris, because at that time I was teaching in Europe. Later on, the keeper of that temple, he looked at the book in the 5th century, the king in the 5th century. Each time when he go into meditation to pray with a priest, the position would be just like, I walk just like that. Perhaps at that time, the king at the 5th century, he merged with me. The way I walk, it was so awkward. I feel very strange and awkward. I walk back and forth. But at the end, that was the 5th century, the king at the 5th century. Each time when he walked in to pray, that is how he walked, the way that I walked. From then on, I would not go to the south to teach. That's why, and I do not come until now. I do not go back to Spain, to the south and northern Spain. But later on, I went to Spain, but I teach in Madrid, but not in the south of Spain. That is the story I want to share with you. That we do not know, but the posture of prayer, that is the people in south of Spain, because an Asian who never know the language and the culture of the country, but I know exactly what they did in the past. So I explain for you so you understand. In the future, I want to train you. You have the wisdom, meaning you know the past in order to help people, and you understand the future to help people. It doesn't mean that you know so that we can boast. Then that knowledge is not effective. Now, next question.
Is it Belarus question 3 or Holland? One more, I think, eh?
Добрый день, мастер. У меня два вопроса. Вера в себя и вера в Бога. Что общего, в чем разница, или между ними вообще можно поставить знак вопроса? Знак равенства. И второй. Говорят, в пещерах Тибета, которые охраняют монахи, в состоянии самадхи до сих пор находятся представители древних цивилизаций, еврейцы и атланты. Что вы об этом думаете? Спасибо.
Dear Master, I've got two questions. First question is faith. Faith in ourselves and faith to God. Could we say that these concepts are equal? Could we say that they are different? What is the link between the faith in ourselves and the faith in God? Secondly, my second question is about the fact that in something that we heard in Tibet, in the caves of mountains of Tibet, there are representatives of ancient civilizations of Lemuria and Atlantis who are meditating in a meditative state there, the state called samadhi. Could you please share your opinion about this? Thank you very much.
Now for you, as I have answered for you through the question, that a number of scientists, if they have a sincere heart, if they have the Bodhi seed and the true self, then the scientist, the physician, you will be better than other scientists or physician, because these people who learn with a sincere heart, then they have more ability to help mankind. For those the scientists, the physicians who serve people just to take care of their own family, they may be expert, but they are also limited. It doesn't mean that they are not good. I just want to share with you so that I can explain for you about the faith between you and your soul. It is limited. The faith in God, as you do not see, but you believe, and you can do it, that is infinite. So now, do not mention about the faith more or less. The part that you come into the EV school from the lower levels, how do you practice? What is the ability that you can do to help and to practice meditation? And when you go to the high levels and the technique of practicing, you would be the one who understands it the most. When you come from level 15 and lower, your soul going through many changes, the real change. Your body goes through the change, but it is still limited. You don't have the full knowledge. Then you have to practice to train yourself. Through your practice, as you are improving better, then the environment has changed in your body, in your soul, and also the surrounding. That is the way you are progressing in both. Physically, your body, you have knowledge in every aspect. That is a wisdom. Spiritually, your soul is reaching a higher state of enlightenment. I do not tell you to believe in yourself or to believe in God, but only the case that you are able to come to learn in EV school. Through the time that you learn, you can see the result. And the result, as you are reaching higher, then you are closer to the deities. As you are practicing more, you are helping more, then you are closer to the deities. As you do that, the true self will reveal itself slowly. It's so simple, it's not so difficult. Never think that all the books, hundreds of books mention about this and that with the theory, but they don't teach you to practice. I don't have a lot of theory. I want to teach you so you can do it right away, to have the result right away. Why? So you can help yourself and others to also achieve the result. Because the human had been suffering for many centuries already. For the first time, you and me, all of us, to solve the suffering of mankind by using the divine love that we share to others. by the ability that the deities merge with us so we can help others. I tell you the truth. In the future, in this decade, in the next decade, the humans, no matter how stubborn they are, they will have to yield through the chain of the body and the soul. That is, you and me, we are merging to them, to merge collectively. To merge collectively. Why? To help their soul to evolve, to help the new soul to evolve, to help their body to have wisdom. Then everybody will lead a life in peace and harmony. Nobody can do this. I cannot do it. You cannot do it. We cannot do it. But God used the human to help the human. That is the point. We don't need all of the living creature to turn into the humans. Out in the infinite universe, there are billions and billions of souls, the high soul. But in the human world here, we have only 6 billion. Only a galaxy out in space. All a soul from one galaxy to send her with 6 billion souls who come down here. Even if 6 billion people here, no matter how stubborn they are, they will change. Because the high soul combining with the body with wisdom and knowledge, directly or indirectly affecting, and with universal energy, that will be the change of the body and the soul. That in Vietnam, there are many of the prophets, several centuries in the past, that said in the future, with the thunder, with the 3 days of darkness, and afterwards the people will go through the change of the body and the soul. But you know what is it? In the past, my country, they send a message like that. But then after several centuries, and then until the time of Master Đáng, I explained to you like this. As we live by using the light of the sun, solar energy, and the raising of the temperature, low or high, we are able to handle. But if unfortunately the asteroid out in space, as they disintegrate into dust and block the sun ray for 3 days, and down here it will become negative 100 degree. We are able to handle negative 50 degree, but a negative 100 degree, then people will die. I have taught you to use universal energy, to use the chakra 6, to pray to the deities, to pray to the responsible being, to merge, to drive away the cloud, to bring the sunlight so we can revive again in 3 days. So if they don't want to change, they will change the soul and the body, because after 3 days that you don't have the sunlight with the cold climate, you are not able to handle the cold temperature, you will die, and then you revive again with a new body and new soul. That is appropriate with the message of the prophets in my country more than centuries ago. But this, perhaps this is man-made, not by nature, because they can make the storm, the rain, the tornadoes. So in the case of making this dust in outer space, is not so difficult to cover the earth, to block the sun ray. Then we all would die because of the cold climate. That is my thinking I share with you. If in fact it is happening, I have prepared everything for you already with the energy, antenna models, as our soul can merge to with the soul of the deity, so that we can transform it to energy to solve the situation as we face, that the humankind will have to suffer to change to a new world, new people. This is not supposition. This is the fact. In the field of science, we are influenced by this, that these are the giant asteroids from Earth. We send the missile to destroy many of these asteroids as they are broken into dust. As they are broken into dust, they block the sun rays, so it would cause a very cold climate on Earth. So that would be in the future. We don't know when. If it had happened, then Earth will be threatened. Then I have prepared for you 5 years ago already. Water, electricity, so we can live. Then we can maintain our health and our life. Furthermore, when you see situation like that, it's so easy. You don't have to worry. Just practice to travel out to space. You transform into energy. You don't have the body, so why then you don't have to worry about the cold climate. That is the time when it comes. I have to prepare ahead for you. If it happens, I prepare ahead for you, so you have the opportunity to contribute to help all the people. That's how I explain for you clearly. Now, you know, I tell you the truth. As you ask, I answer for you just for fun, because everything they can fake it. I have gone to China. After my trip to China, then I know people, they are very clever in a way that they can make the statue of Kuan Yin and Buddha Sakya and the statue of the image of God and all of the saints all in the cave. They have all of the, they just make a copy and they do it just like that. That is the images in the caves. And in Vietnam, they're also very clever. I show you one of the secrets. They're so clever. They're clever that others do not know, but I know. I share with you. During the war in my country, my people try to look for a way to, after the war, they try to go, as they flee, many of these refugees, as they flee out in the ocean to find freedom. And you know what happened? People who live, many people were saved, but when the Vietnamese community, when they go abroad, many of them, the Vietnamese or the Chinese, I do not know who, they draw a picture with the Buddha Kuan Yin standing on a dragon. And they draw it and they sell 20 bucks per photograph. Many people who pray, and then my family will buy 20 bucks per photograph. They thought it is real. When they give it to me, I said, how come the Buddha Kuan Yin buy jewelry? How come she has the expensive jade jewelry on herself? And then her fingernail paint, just Buddha Kuan Yin or like the Virgin Mary would be just like the light, the aura, where she can buy the jewelry. Because they base on the faith of the people, the Asian or the Vietnamese particularly, they just give this picture and they said that that is the image, the real image of the Buddha Kuan Yin. And also recently, my student sent an email to me and said that now in America suddenly they took a photograph. They from the computer they can draw, and they said that they took a photograph on the sky and they see that the image of Buddha. In fact, it looks just the same, just like the statue in by using the computer. They can make it a fake one. The people in Atlantis 200,000 years ago, there's no statue, no image. I tell you the truth. I've gone to the place, the Bermuda Triangle. I was there. 8 years ago, I went there. There's nothing. I went there on a big boat with my student. I went there and to meditate. There's nothing except just the wind and the wave and the sea water. That's all. And from outer space, they took a photograph to find Atlantis, to the Bermuda Triangle. There's nothing except just land and the ocean floor, and that's all. So I tell you the truth. I don't know, want to say any country in the case of faking the UFO phenomenon to sell a lot of money. There's a region. They make just like a real spacecraft, and they sell with a lot of money, and once they discover it is totally fake, because they can do many things. So I don't believe in that. 200,000 years ago, I don't believe in that. There's no statue that can last for 200,000 years that left behind in the cave. And in the cave, there are 3 stages. 80,000 years ago, they're going to change through the change, and going through the geographic change. The second time, 200,000 years with the changes. The people in Atlantis, as they transform into energy already, they travel out of space, they don't sit there to meditate. Since they don't sit to meditate, so they don't live behind like in the form of rocks, because so as you know, the master Atlantis, they did not meditate, because when they reach the level that the body can transform into energy, they did not die. Reach a high level, but they could not help mankind. Therefore, the deities request that all of their soul, the body of the people of Atlantis, return back to the deities. They don't left the body behind. I do not want to, but who knows, in the near future, as the deity allowed me to teach, to practice with you and me and you, we can do it, and we do not die, because our body, in a physical form, as we eat and drink, but now without the body, just like the soul, just like the air, we do not die, and we can form into the humans, and we can transform into energy to travel here and there. We don't have to spend the money to buy the air ticket. We can transform over there, and we can appear. If we can do it, then on Earth, perhaps we would be able to travel to other planets to bring life there. That God has sent me the message about 34 years ago. That is the experiment of God on the human race, as we have to reach the real state of wisdom and enlightenment in order to travel to other planets, to bring life there, to have the human species in the neighboring planet, just like in this planet right here. At the present time, there is none. That is the message. And the first lesson that I learned 34 years ago from the deities who revealed to me. Next question.
So then you have a good volume and no wind.
Okay. Can you hear it this way?
Yes.
Is it good?
Yes,
okay, so I go for the microphone. Thank you. Thank you very much.
In order to use proper time management, I'm going to speak in English directly. I'm one student who is coming from Macedonia, and thank you very much for yesterday's transfer of energy to Brussels, because that was not important only for the member of the European Union, but also for the candidate as Croatia, Macedonia, and Turkey are. Now, my question, what kind of connection exists between the 5 reasonable forces: goodness, wisdom, love, truth, and justice? And my second question, to our rise and traveling through the space, is our body disintegrated or not? Thank you very much, Master.
In this 5 factors that you mentioned, one of the important one, if you are able to achieve, you are able to have everything. That is the truth. That is our true self. Then it will replace the other 4 factors. If you don't have the true self, then you are not able to solve the other 4. They are linked, the 5, but in that one you have everything. I want to teach you so that you can regain back your true self, the true self of your body. Then you have everything. And through the journey of 18 years, I have taught you all of the levels. I give you all the means. My purpose is to remind you, to guide you, to open your true self. Then you can have everything in order to contribute to help mankind in every aspect. from the body to the soul, from the physical body to transform into energy. That is my purpose of teaching you for the past 18 years. But in the recent 2 years, that we reached to the level that all of the high soul that change into our body, so that our body we have a chance to help mankind to reach the same state of wisdom, enlightenment, and the true self, just like us. Once the true self return to all of the people in UE in the high levels, then with your true self, you can merge to others. Even if they don't want to, they will develop their true self. These are the new humans, the new earth. Therefore, I try my best for the first time as I guide 1,000 of you in level 20, and then in the following months, I'll try to make arrangement to teach you another session of level 20 to see the total number of the level 20 students, to see if you are able to achieve 100% or not. My point here is 100%, meaning you can use everything that you learn, or the 15% of you fail, as I can foresee, as I'm able to pray for you. That is how I want to share with you. In the case of the truth and the true self, that in yourself, not the truth from the books or from society. The truth in the books or in society, that is theirs, that is not real. That is only the theory. That is the false sense of the truth. The real truth is in you. And the real truth in you, then you can understand everything. You can help others to have the same knowledge like you. It's so difficult, but you can achieve it. Because our soul is from the deities. Additionally, as my soul teach you and I guide you to remind you to help to develop your true self, then you can have everything. As you have everything, you are able to help others to be the same like you. These 5 points that you mentioned to you, I answer for you. I do not know. For that reason, in level 18 and 19, I advise for you when you practice, if you have the camera, video camera, when you sit to practice, or you lie down to practice, you set your camera to see if in the camera recording whether your body is there or not. But for me, in the year 1992, when I was lying on the bed, as I had mentioned to you, suddenly I saw that my soul travel out so far away. As I go further and further, when I look back, I still saw that my body was still lying there. The moment I saw my body, and suddenly I felt that my body merged with my soul. When I look back, I see a vacant bed. I did not believe. I did not believe in that. So afterward, when I returned back, when I lie back and I sit up, I received a message for 4 hours. The deities taught me for 4 hours straight. In the case of my body, my soul can travel out. Whatever I was taught, I tell you the truth, in 1992, I didn't believe. I said my body and my soul to travel out of space is not beneficial. I cannot help anyone with that. That was about 15 years ago. I did not believe. I said, this is no beneficial because the humans are still suffering. How can I help to reduce the suffering? But to travel out of space, there's no benefit. What can we do out there? We cannot help anyone out of space. That is my mentality of my body 15 years ago. But then, after I meditated, the deities taught me a lot. And as I had mentioned to the deities and I request, I said that in the future, if the deities allowed me, when I can teach my student, and they can travel out of space just like me, then I will believe. I was not like you. I'm not like you so easily believe, even though it is the deities who teach me, not the normal people. But I don't believe. I'm not afraid of them. From the beginning, when I start to learn, or when I'm a master, or when I receive the message, the same way. Whatever I feel is reasonable, that I believe. If not, I don't believe. When I practice, I see the result, and I believe. Otherwise, I don't believe. In the recent years, similarly, my body, perhaps, I'm very stubborn. I'm not afraid of anyone. For others, for sure, they may be afraid, but I tell you, I don't fear. In the beginning, I just learn for fun, but when I become the master, I do not want to be the master. It's not so complicated in many ways. Even though the body, my soul can travel out to space, But I see it is so complicated, I wanted to give up. I wanted to give up in 1993 until now. But then each time in my mind I want to give up, then constantly a lot of work come to, and I start to teach a lot more. The moment I said I want to give up, to retire, then the deities control my body and my soul. And I have to teach more so that I can forget about the thought of giving up. That is the body of Master Dang. So I constantly, just like that. So now, I do not dare to say that I give up. I just have to follow whatever the class I can teach, whatever day I can live, whatever hour I can live. When they said that to go, then I just die. I cannot tell. That is the fact about my life, the life of Master Dang. I want to share with you. So, for you, you try, use your camera and you practice. When you see there's nothing in the camera, then you're traveling out of space and your body travel with your soul. Because I myself, I can see, but I did not believe. However, when I teach you in the first level 16, more than 2 years ago, I believe 99%. I thought I only one can do it, but I don't believe. But I asked the deities and to God, when I can teach my student can practice to travel out of space, then I believe. So in fact, that was about more than 2 years ago, the first level 16 for 10 days. Not just the level 16 after 18 for 5 days or 6 days. In the beginning, I taught the level 16 for 10 days, the first session. And then slowly, once we have the documents, so I shortened the days to teach you, so you have a chance to learn and you can practice right away. Because I understand that when you learn a higher level, God sent a higher soul. Besides the fact that the body of Master Dang teach you, your new soul will teach your body to help you to practice, so that you're able to progress faster to help mankind. So now we all get ready to get ready for the meditation to practice to travel out to space.
Dr. Dick, Master was just saying he will, during the meditation, it will also charge the big pyramids. Same time. Merging.
Okay,
merging,
understood.
He's merging right now.
Are we all ready? So now begin. Now it is finished.
Bye bye. See you tomorrow.
Bye bye everybody. See you tomorrow an hour before, please.